I hereby, is mine not working? Oh, well, okay. I hereby call to order this meeting of the Triton Regional School Committee on September 20th, 2023 at 6 p.m. I'm Linda Lukowski, Chair of the School Committee, and I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. A reminder this, now I can hear myself. A reminder this meeting is being audio and video recorded. I'm going to read our vision statement.
Before you go on, you need to, Aaron's on remote. I didn't know that was going to happen.
Just so everybody knows that Erin Berger is remote, and all of our votes will be roll call vote. I'm going to read our vision statement. We are a community of learners known for our unwavering commitment to meeting the needs of all students through the adoption of best practices and our active partnership with families in a wider community who are united in supporting the development of engaged, successful, responsible, resilient learners. Students will be well prepared to be ethical, empathetic, and contributing citizens. Can we rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Due to the large agenda that we have, I will forego my chairperson's remarks. Oral communications from the public. Members of the public may address the committee for up to 3 minutes, longer with the permission of the chairperson. The committee will not engage in a discussion on topics raised during public comment, but may choose to add the topic to a future agenda. This agenda segment will be limited to 15 minutes. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the committee? Seeing none. The next item is our student representative report. Our student representative, Andrew Doherty, is now going to provide us with his report.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Excited to be back. First 3 weeks have gone well so far. I feel for the whole student body, but I'll jump right in. I've talked to a lot of my peers and faculty, and one of the biggest, most effective changes we've seen so far, even though it's the first 3 weeks back at school, is the effectiveness of the phone policy within the Triton High School classrooms, a trend noticed by teachers and students. By not being able to access their phones unless otherwise instructed by their teachers, students are more attentive in classrooms. And we talked about it this morning with the student council, and all the students agreed that their peers are more focused and they have no distractions, and they're more focused on their schoolwork. So that's one policy that's been very effective so far. Another policy the students this morning wanted me to share was the decision to have students spend their lunchtime solely in the cafeteria unless accompanied with an adult throughout the building. And this has seen students in the building remain safer throughout the day and reduce the amount of food waste that has previously been found throughout the building. Additionally, the Students' Council has proudly established a timeline for 3 large events throughout the school year. The 3 being the Haunted Halls, Spirit Week events and dance, and the March Madness events and dance. They're also excited to announce a collaboration between the Tempo and Student Council to allow for those students to attend the Frozen musical and earn points for their class. And this initiative will allow Triton students to be more involved in supporting the arts, which is a problem we've seen in the past. But hopefully the student body will show up to Frozen. Hopefully I'll see some of you guys there. It's going to be a great show. Additionally, this week, the 4 separate student classes have announced their Spirit Week themes and have begun planning for the November festivities. One of the main issues we've heard from teachers is during Spirit Week, I don't know if you guys have seen the gym, but each student class decorates it with paper and cardboard. But it's the amount of waste of that paper and cardboard that has been an issue that's been brought up. So all the classes are meeting to figure out how they can mitigate this issue and reduce the amount of waste. Because say you have X amount of paper being used only for 12 hours, then thrown right into the dumpster. It's a large waste and something we can improve upon moving forward. And additionally, overall, the student body seems to be more disciplined and more attentive in their first 3 weeks of school, but hopefully this trend remains consistent throughout the school year. Positive outlook, so thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Does anybody have any questions for Andrew? No? Thank you, Andrew. Did you have?
No, I was just going to say, if you got the microphone closer, it'll be less.
Okay, the next item is the school improvement plans. Most of this evening will be devoted to the presentation of the school improvement plans, which are set annually by each school's administration and school council. The superintendent is going to introduce this part of the agenda.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry. I've been at a workshop for the last 2 days, so reconnecting with Dr. Bates. So as we always do every year, tonight we have all of our principals and some assistant principals here to present the school improvement plans. One of the things I wanted to note, you have on the table a piece of paper with very recently released, as of noon yesterday, released MCAS data from the spring of '23. It is now also attached in board docs. Making sure, right, so the reality is we had the timing of the data, we had it, so we wanted to provide it to you. There's certainly some good stories here for the principals to talk about this evening, so we wanted to be able to tell those stories. As you know, Anna will be presenting a more comprehensive presentation on our entirety of the spring MCAS results in a more typical fashion as you're normally accustomed to. So just wanted to make sure that you are clear that this is literally hot off the press. There obviously wouldn't be any action items in a school improvement plan based on any of these results. Obviously, when we talk about ELA and mathematics, it's been a focus, and so that's obviously a theme throughout. But as far as any specific results, there wouldn't be any actions that would be directly tied to these results. So I just want to make sure that was clear, and again, to make sure you knew that we would be having that more detailed presentation in October. So with that, we agreed we wanted to do it in the traditional order, right? So we're going to start with Newbury. We go in alphabetical order, starting with Newbury Elementary. So I will welcome Beth Yando and Michael. No, just Beth.
Test. Can you, is it on? All right.
Now you're on.
Good evening, everyone. Just need to get all my papers organized. And I have to say, I felt like I was in elementary school at convocation because I had to go last, and with Y being my last name, it brought back a lot of childhood memories, so I'm very excited that I get to go first. So I just want to draw your attention to the cover of our school improvement plan. You'll see our kindergartners from last year, our current first graders, and then you will see our sixth graders who are now seventh graders at Triton. So I always like to put those pictures to show the beginning and the ending of NES. And I'm going to move you right along to page 5. And I want to first read the goals that we have on our school improvement plan. So we have 2 goals. One's a social emotional and one is an academic. The social emotional goal is to provide a learning environment that fosters resilient students who utilize strategies and skills for social and academic success. And I just want to stop and tell you a quick story. We had a student who a few years ago was having a really hard time coming into school. And so we gave him a job in the office, and he had it for about 2 years. And he came in on the first day of school and he said, "Ms. Yando, I'm not doing my job this year." And I said, "That's great." So he got some strategies that we were working on with him for 2 years where he can come into school now and he has no anxiety and he's regulated. So that, I think, is a perfect example of how this goal can impact students. Our academic goal is 80% of students will meet 100% typical growth in the areas of mathematics and literacy as determined by iReady assessments in grades 2 to 6. So some of our action steps, I'm going to highlight the ones that I think that it really have the most impact at NES. So I want to go to the second one, which is analyze data. This is the core of everything we do. It's the core of academics analyzing the data to come up with interventions. It's the core for social and emotional strategies for students when they come to our IST, our instructional support team. Teachers bring data. We analyze that data. We have our data meetings. And data is so important. You really need to have concrete data to make decisions and move forward and have continuous improvement. I want to draw your attention to how we run our data meetings. I added this year because this is how it's structured. So we start the meetings with how does your data look? The teachers have it beforehand, and they analyze it. And we have some teachers who come prepared to the data meetings. They have like all their interventions. They have their kids group for differentiation, and they have it all figured out. So I think we've done a good job at NES teaching teachers how to analyze data and how to prepare it. I know with the MCAS data, a lot of them can't wait to get their hands on that to improve their instruction. And then we go into how does the current data guide your instruction, Tier 1 and Tier 2? And then I think one of the most important questions that we ask is what types of collaboration may you need with others to help support students? Because teachers need support in a lot of ways. We ask them to do so much during the day, and if we don't work together as a school and collaborate, we're not supporting our teachers. And I think we do a really nice job with that. And so how we determine our interventions and supports is all through data, whether it's through the instructional support team or our data meetings, grade level meetings, and sometimes teachers would just come up with a student and they bring the data and they say, what do you think I should do with this? Assistant Principal Michael Astuccio is really supportive. He does a great job running the instructional support team, and we have like protocols in place, so it's very efficient, and we always leave with a plan, whether students need academic support or social emotional interventions. I'm going to move you to the next page. And when I talk about interventions, I'm talking multi-tiered systems of support. Of course, Tier 1 instruction is what happens in the classroom and what all students are exposed to. Sometimes that isn't working for students, and sometimes we need to come up with some more interventions, and that's our Tier 2, and then our Tier 3, of course, is intensive core instruction for students who might need a real specialized program. And we try to really front load in first and second grade with these interventions, because if you look at the research, especially the science of reading, really by the end of second grade, if they're not reading, then we're in trouble. And we really need to make sure that we're taking our data in kindergarten, analyzing that. We start with interventions in kindergarten. That's really where you need to look at your data and start providing interventions for students. And then it continues in first and second. And then we do have students who go through and they really, they might have on their IEP some type of specialized instruction. Wilson is a perfect example. We've had multiple kids who complete the whole program when they're some 5th grade, some 6th grade, and we really celebrate those students because we know that the type of intervention that we're providing is working. I want to move down to district literacy priorities, and I just really want to talk about the implementation of Amplify and CKLA. I have to admit it was overwhelming for teachers at the beginning, and I think as a district we did a really nice job providing professional development. Whenever you get a new program, teachers need time to really work together and collaborate and look at the manuals and dig deep and share ideas. And I really noticed this in our CKLA implementation team that we had. It's a vertical team. There was some grade levels struggling with it because it was so different than what they had done in the past. And then we had, in particular, like a 2nd and 4th grade teacher who had really figured some things out, and just sharing that with their colleagues, they could go back to the grade level and they could say, it's okay to try this. Because when you have a new program, you want to follow it with fidelity, and the teachers do that. And some get really rigid in their thinking, like, I have to follow it with fidelity. But you still can do your best practices. And I had a staff meeting because I had some grade level struggling, and I'm like, it's okay to try some things. You want to make sure you're covering the content, and you want to follow it with fidelity, but you all are excellent teachers, and you know best practices, and you can go back and do some of those best practices. So I think think a lot of last year was really supporting the teachers, and we have much more work to do on that because it was a whole different way of teaching. The program was so rich with vocabulary. I know Mr. Stuccio was sharing at one of our implementation teams how the kids like the vocabulary words. They were like playing a game outside with that. We'd never seen that before. And I was in a second grade classroom, and they were teaching them all about the digestive system, and what the kids knew was amazing. So it's a real science-based, social study-based, and it's a really rich curriculum. But with that being said, we have to make sure that teachers have time to really work together and collaborate and share ideas. Okay, moving on to page 7, I'm just going to talk a little bit about differentiating instruction, which that happens at our flex time, which is 30 minutes a day for each grade level. It happens in Tier 2 instruction and Tier 3, and these are just some of the interventions that we use that have worked. Moving right along to page 8, when we really look at how the social emotional and support that we're offering students, we use PBIS. The PBIS is really what we use to set our expectations, and it's connected to CARES. And we have posters throughout the building with our expectations, and then the PBIS is really recognizing kids who are using CARES and recognizing positive behavior. With that being said, we have some students that maybe don't always respond to that. In particular, I can think of students who might have experienced trauma in their lives, and we need to look at each student as an individual and provide what they need. That's part of the whole differentiation instruction, how we do it with social emotional. And we do Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 with social emotional as well, providing small groups, and I'll go over that a little below here. One thing that we started a few years ago was an opening day assembly. It's really important to us that new students and all students feel like they belong at NES and they're recognized for their individual talents. And so on our opening day assembly, we introduce all new students, all new staff. We go over the school rules. We go over CARES, everything that they kind of need to know. And then this year I added a story, and the book was about recognizing students for their differences. It was a quick read, but it got the point across. And we really talk about kindness and incorporating CARES in our daily routine. And I really think it makes a big difference for students on opening day to set that stage. It's kind of setting the expectations. And then I know this week I've reminded a couple students, remember what we talked about on opening day? And they're like, oh yeah, and you just kind of remind them. So that's something we do because belonging is so huge. We all know that if a student doesn't feel like they belong at school and they don't have a relationship with anyone, they're going to have trouble coming in the doors. So that's a real top priority for us. Okay, I want to move down to some of our Tier 2 instructions that we do around social emotional. So the students who work with our guidance counselor last year, we had 11 students in social emotional support groups that worked with the guidance counselor, 22 students in a social lunch groups with a guidance counselor, and those are kids who just need to work on social skills. And then we have 25 students who are seen individually by the guidance counselor. So our guidance counselor is seeing 58 students weekly. And then we're so thankful that we have the .5 social worker. She's currently seeing 21 students. Last year she saw 21 students weekly. Our numbers are around the same this year. So last year we had a total of 78 students who were in need of support, and these groups really made a difference with them. Then our speech and language pathologist does some self-regulation. She sees 16 students, and that can include social thinking curriculum, zones of regulation. She works with those students. And then we have our group of students who, I would say this has been happening a few years. We probably get like a good dozen that really have a hard time coming in the morning. It can be for anxiety. It could be for students who maybe have past trauma. It's multiple different things. I spend a lot of time with parents on the phone trying to figure out what's going on. We put things in place. Currently, this school year, I have two students that I've been spending time with. They're both first graders having a hard time. And I find sometimes with kids coming into school, it can be developmental. And as they mature, they don't have these difficulties, or it can be something situational happening at home, or it can be past experiences. So last year, we had two students who had the morning jobs. And then I started a little coloring club in my office at the beginning of the day because we kind of were running out of jobs. They can do mail, they can sort things. So I have a big box of markers, and I have adult coloring books and children's coloring books, and they just color. And it's really just a time for them. It's a social time more than anything. And it relaxes them, and they stay there until we're done with announcements, and then they go to their classroom. All the other kids go to areas with large groups of kids. Our first and second grade is in the small gym. Third and fourth is in the cafeteria. Fifth and sixth is in the auditorium, not currently, but they will be shortly. And our kindergartners go out on the playground. And that, for some kids, if you're having a rough morning going into a area with all those kids, it can really be hard. And it can be a stressor. So we want to have kids wanting to come in the morning, and the coloring group really was successful. I heard a lot of great conversations in the morning. It kind of started my day off to a great start, too. Okay, moving along to page 9. Because we now have the district office referral form to track data on behaviors, it's been so powerful. This year, we had 94 office-managed behavioral incidents. We can drill that data down and find themes. Our location data, 37.2 of the incidents took place on the playground. 35.1 of incidents took place in the classroom, and then 12.8 of incidents took place in the cafeteria. So those unstructured times that can be difficult for kids. Patterns that we identified, that the trend was around 12 p.m., there definitely was a correlation between our lunch and recess block. As identified, 50% of our office-managed behaviors took place in those two areas. Also, patterns in behavior type data, 59.9 incidents were due to physical contact, 12.8 of the incidents were due to social conflict, and then we had 9.6 of incidents were due to inappropriate language. This is all data that we share with the teachers at our monthly PLC meetings, and it's powerful for them to see where it's happening. I have to give Mr. Estuccio credit for that. He puts all that together and does that presentation for me, so thank you, Mr. Estuccio. But it's also important to know when you're looking at the data that we had 3 of those students made up 23.4 of the office referrals. So these are obviously students who don't have the skills to be successful in certain places. And as you know, collaborative problem solving was a big part of the district initiatives. And we use that process with the students and really stress to the parents they don't have the skills. So it's our job at school to help them develop those skills. Moving on to the next page. Where I was talking about,
Beth?
yes.
Sorry, I hate to
Yes.
interrupt you, but I just wanted to close. Is this, it says 2023-2024 school year for what you just read aloud. Is it the first few weeks of this year?
No, this is last school year. Last year,
just making sure I
Yeah,
thought it
I'm
was.
reporting out on last year. No, it gets hard because you want to talk about this school year, but it was last school year.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
And it's just so you can see a little more about collaborative problem solving, this is what Mr. Stuccio and myself, we do with students when they come in, and then we have some teachers who are trained, our guidance counselor. So it's really regulating the students and their emotions by gathering information to identify the student's concern, so we understand why the behavior happened, and then it's relating, showing a lot of empathy, sharing our concerns, like I understand why you might feel that way, but in the school, I need to make sure this is happening. So having that conversation so they understand, because they don't always make that connection, so you really need to deliberately tell them, like, your concern. Of course, you start with their feelings and they fill you in. And then you work together in a collaborative way and you come up with reasoning. And we find it's powerful. It's so powerful that one of these students who was part of that 23 was spending a lot of time with me. And then he was going off into his specials. And physical education, being an open room, was really hard. And so the specialists are coming to me and say, we don't see a change. And I said, could you take some data for me so I can see like where the issues are, and then I can help them work on those skills. And they did. And I have to say the student is now transitioned to a different grade level. And I haven't seen any behaviors. I know it's early in the school year, but I think that spending so much time and really focusing on the skills provided him with the skills to be successful. And it's a real collaboration with the guidance counselors, the nurse, the teachers, Mr. Astuccio and myself. We really need to collaborate and work together. The bus referrals have gone down. We did not have any bus referrals in our, on our buses. And a lot of that is because in the morning, Mr. Astuccio is out there grading students. In the afternoon, I'm putting students on the bus. We have really close contact with the bus drivers. And if something's starting to bubble up, they let us know, and we talk to the kids, and we try to resolve it before it's full-blown. That's not saying that I know they know everything that's going on the bus, and I know everything that's going on the bus. So I always say to parents, if something's happening, call me so we can investigate and figure out and put an end to it. Our only bus referrals were from the special education vans, and one of the referrals was one of our autistic students took his shoes off, so, you know, I'm not overly concerned about those, but they were just 4, and that's where they came from. When we look at our academic goal, 80% of students will meet 100% typical growth in the areas of mathematics and literacy as determined by iReady assessments in grades 2 to 6. If you look at our math data in that, in grade 2, 57% of the students meant 100% typical growth. Grade 3, it was 76, close. Grade 4, it was 82. We met the goal in grade 4. Grade 5, 79. Grade 6, 91, which was awesome to see. And overall, grades 2 to 6 was 76% for the students in grades 2 to 6. And then in literacy, grade 2, we were at 76%. Grade 3, 76%. Grade 4, 80%. Grade 5, 76%. Grade 6, 71%. In grades 2 to 6, the average was 76%. Math is an area that continues to concern me, and we'll look more at some other data in the next few pages, but we're constantly trying to figure out like why we're still not really performing the way we would like students to perform. And I think something that we changed a few years ago in 4th grade, they just have one math teacher. And if you look at our 4th grade math MCAS results, it's working. And 5th grade has one math teacher, and so does 6th grade. I would love to push that down a little if teachers would be willing, because I think it's really powerful, especially in mathematics. If you have a teacher who has a really in-depth understanding and is comfortable with it, that all the kids can experience that. And we're seeing that that's working. But when you get into the primary grades, it's a whole different story, just having them switch classes and whatnot. But in the future, it's something I kind of want to do a little more exploring around to see if it's maybe something that we could try. Moving on to the next page, which has our DIBELS. I'm not going to go through everything. You can see that. I was really pleased with the grade 4 reading and mathematics. They were in the 70s. Grade 3 reading was 78, and you can see where math still in iReady, we need to do some work on that. And then looking at our MCAS from last year, in that packet, if you look at page 2, it's always kind of difficult to look at this because you're looking at...
Can I just clarify?
Yes.
It's page 1 of your document. It got condensed.
Oh,
so,
it did?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Page 1 of your document. Thank you, Brian. I always, when you look at MCAS and you look at, you can see how it's set up here showing meeting or exceeding expectations. And when you get down to the grade 4 English language arts, 56% met or exceeded the expectations, and it's plus 12, so it's increased by 12% from last year. But I'm always cautious looking at that because we're talking about a whole different cohort. So when you start comparing, what I find powerful about the MCAS data is when you look at the student growth percentile for individual students. We have some students who might make 99% growth. They may not be on grade level, but it shows us that they're making growth at where they are. Where I get concerned with the student growth percentile is our students who perform above grade level and they're not making growth. And so we really need to be aware the students who maybe are below grade level, the growth they're making, but we also need to look at our students who are above grade level and why aren't they making growth on their MCAS. We need to make sure that we're reaching all students no matter what their academic ability is. And when you look at the student growth percentile averages between 40 to 60, I'm pleased with grade 4th mathematics that we're above average in math. And then when you go down and look at grade 5 mathematics, 65, and then grade 6 English language arts, 66, and mathematics is 63. And then when you look at grade 5 English language arts, I can't wait to have our first CKLA implementation team to drill down as a group of teachers and really look at grade 5. They went down in the number of students meeting or exceeding expectations, and I want to know why. So how we run our implementation team meetings, we have one for math, CKLA, science, and I think are we having a social studies one? No, we're not starting that yet. We look at MCAS data, we look at multiple sources of data, and we look for trends, and as a group, and it's vertical, so it's K to 6, we look for areas that maybe we need to improve on as a school, and we kind of set a goal, and that has made a big difference. And it's really important to give teachers the time to drill down at that. And a lot of times in math, we might have done bad on one question. When you start to do item analysis, it might be, a question on measurement, and there might only be one question. And we can't always see what the questions are, so that can be problematic. So we kind of speculate, like, what do you think this problem was? And just looking at the standards to see maybe which standards we need to focus a little more on. And a few years ago, geometry was a low area, and we started doing calendar math for geometry every day, and that really seemed to make an impact. So those implementation teams, we wouldn't be making gains without them. They do such great work, and then they go back to the grade levels and share what we've discussed. So it's a real collaboration. It makes a big difference. So that's any questions about the MCAS? No? Okay. And I'm not going to read through every priority action because it's all there. I've added some things to this, and I've taken some things away that we're no longer doing, but I just don't want to read it word for word. I don't know if I'm gonna open it up to questions now. Is that okay? All right.
So one thing I meant to clarify at the beginning, so to confirm, the front of this document says 2021 to 2024, so a school improvement plan is a 3-year document. So this is the 3rd year of the implementation of this plan. So now the principals over the course of this year will be creating the 24 to 27 document, which then gets updated every year. So things can change, but largely goals tend to stay the same over the course of the 3 years, obviously as changes are made. Based on the need and based on the data and where the priorities are, certainly actions can change. So I guess the one thing, are there any actions that you would want to point out that are new in this plan?
No, I think they're pretty much all the same. We're just in kind of a different place. No, I don't really see anything that's really changed drastically.
Does anybody have any questions?
I do have one MCAS question, but actually it's for Brian. To Beth's point about the students at the higher end of achievement making less growth, do we as a committee have access either to Open Architect or Edwin for the district to be able to look at that, because some of those scatter plots, I think, are actually really valuable in terms of visualizing that data, and I think it'd be good for us to be able to see some of that, if that's allowed. I don't know.
I believe you have access in Edwin, and I can get you, if you need your usernames, I can get them to you tomorrow. And then Open Architect, I can add you to. They haven't yet updated our dashboards to 2023, but they have the data, so I'm like waiting. I check 3 or 4 times a day.
So the one thing, right, fresh question, I need to chat with Anna and look at that. So I just need to make sure from a student confidentiality standpoint, I don't know that that's a correct answer. We could give you access, yes, but I want to make sure that we can get you, if you say, hey, I want to, Open Architect, right? So you can ask a question. We can get you the data, but I believe it needs to be more summary in nature and not identify any student names, because that wouldn't be, I don't think, legally okay, let alone. I didn't hear what you said.
I think it differentiates, like if I sign in versus when Anna signs in. So like if I would have less access.
Yeah,
I thought
the
it
access can be
differentiated.
on a global level so that they can dig into like the curriculum analysis reports without getting to student level data.
So we'll take that away as a question, and yes, if we can give you access, so we can give you access to the data that's pertinent and appropriate, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is one thing that I do want to mention, Brian, when you talk about the action steps. In grade 3 this year, they're not implementing foundations. They're doing implementation of the CKLA skills. That will happen in grade 3. So they're piloting that. So that's probably really the only change on here. I do want to point out, at the end, we do now have the district equity statement that we're really organically bringing into all our work at NES, at our PLC meetings, at our implementation teams, to talk about how we're making sure this is reaching all students, and we're really working on that. And then I do want to, page 19, were the seniors who graduated last year, NES students. So that's always the highlight at NES, when the seniors come back and walk through and play kickball and play on the playground and have lunch. So, Paul?
Go ahead, Paul.
First, in the MCAS data, that average growth percentile, that compares students against students who were similarly situated the previous year,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
So when we're seeing like 50% means your average student is growing as much as the average student that they were situated against the previous year.
Yep.
So when we're seeing these mid and upper 60s and that low 70, that means those students are out.
That is the whole grade level.
Right. So
Yeah.
that grade level is growing substantially more than the average student that they were situated against the previous year. Like the grade as a
Yep,
whole
yep.
is. So those are really strong growth percent.
Yeah, and we also look at, when we have our data meetings, you can look at iReady, the growth that they made within iReady, and that's where my first sign is like, when we have our first data meeting, which we'll be doing at the end of this month, that's where I really start to key on, like, this student is above grade level, but we really need to make sure when we meet next time that they've had some growth. So you need to look at every single student, the reality is, which takes a lot of time and a lot of work, but that's our job, to make sure that everyone's making adequate growth.
And then just sort of that trauma of going last that you started with. You touched on it a little bit with integrating PBIS and trauma-informed education, but can you just talk a little bit about how those two play together?
Yeah, I think that they both have a lot to do with forming positive relationships. With all kids who have experienced trauma, and any child, and some who have experienced more trauma need this more than others, like a predictable, safe environment. I think they both provide that. And I really think that the way we incorporate them, it's pretty much one system with a focus on supporting students, whether you're a child who's had trauma in your life, we need to make sure we support them, and we might have to do things a little different. But we want all students, it's important to have relationships with all students and to make sure that they feel safe and they belong at school, but also know the students who have experienced trauma and they might need something a little different than other students in the building. So it's really knowing your students, and it's really looking at data, having teams around those students, providing tier 2 or tier 3 interventions for some students. And I think students with trauma like to know the expectations when they go to areas in the building, but ultimately, when you have students with trauma, it's the relationship you have with them and the relationships that you form with their families to make sure we're working together and providing the support that they need. Because students with trauma can be difficult at times. There are things that can set them off, and what we want them to do, they may not be able to do. And when you go back to collaborative problem solving, I can think of a perfect example this year. As students transition and they move into a new grade, they may not have that relationship with the teacher or the team they're with. That's where I think it's the job of Mr. Estuccio and myself. We know the kids from right when they enter preschool right up through. We have the history. We have that relationship with them, and we can help facilitate team meetings, bringing the parents in, talking, coming up with a plan that works for those students. And we most recently did that. We have a child who's experiencing trauma who was leaving the classroom, having a really difficult time. Mr. Estuccio and the guidance counselor and myself, we provide support for the student in the office, and they go back up. And it takes a while for students with trauma to build relationships with people. So it's really those students with trauma, looking at them as individuals and giving them what they need. But they also need the expectations that all the other kids need in the building too. But following them might be a little more difficult for those students. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else have any questions? Sorry, I shut the microphone off.
Can I go?
Sorry, Linda's having technical difficulties. I have two questions, if I could. One, can you talk about Julie Benson, the SEL teacher, and kind of how she fits into your SEL goal, please?
Yep. Of course, she's teaching the two curriculums. Now we're on trimester, so she hasn't come into our building yet this year. But last year, it gave kids strategies, a lot of what she did, and then if she has any free moments, she will go out on the playground and into the cafeteria and kind of help those kids practice the strategies that she's giving them. It's been very powerful. Last year, the teachers were part of it, so they kind of have an understanding what's being taught at the grade level, and I'm really glad we did it that way because they can reinforce it. But it was hard, scheduling-wise, it was hard to do that. So this year, it will be a special where the students will go. But at least the teachers know the curriculum for that grade level, so I'm glad we did that last year because they can help reinforce that with what they experienced sitting in the lessons last year.
Thank you. My other question is, one of your goals is involving families in a student's education. Can you just talk about what kind of a reaction you've seen to that, whether it's been positive, whether you've gotten a reaction at all?
Involving, can you just, I missed the beginning part.
Involve families in a student's education was one of the, it's an action item, sorry.
Yep. I start by going into the preschool and kindergarten orientations and welcoming parents, and I send the message that I want you to be that parent that calls me. So many times I hear from parents, I didn't want to be that parent that called you. And I'm like, no, I want you to be that parent that calls me, because the sooner you call me and let me know something's going on, the sooner we can resolve it. Oftentimes, it could go on for months. And by the time it gets to us, it's really messy, and we can resolve it quickly. A lot of times parents will call me and just say, I'm not quite sure what's going on. But could you just keep an eye out for this? And Mr. Estuccio and I, we put on our glasses and we do our little investigating. And a lot of times we find like it's a small thing that we notice that's different, and then we call the parents and we work it out. So it's really involving them in education, is getting them in the building as much as possible for events, but also having that communication. And I sometimes, I can think of last year I had a girl who I knew something was off. And I called the parents and I said, I'm just sensing like something's going on, and there was something big in the family going on. And they shared that, and then we worked together, and they said, keep me informed if you see anything else. So I think it's really knowing your students is key, and just having open communication with parents and letting them know when you call me, you're not bothering me. I want to know what's going on.
Okay, thank you. And I know that's a tremendous amount of work, so I want to thank you for that. And also, I think this is a very thorough document. I know it kind of refines as we go over the years, and by the time we're getting towards the end of the span, you've got something that's really cohesive. But I think it tells a story, and I think it's a story of kind of identifying all your strategies and putting them in place, and working towards those goals. And I just appreciate that, because I think that is the story of improvement, right? That's what we want to be seeing. Even if you don't hit those goals, we want to see that process.
Yes. And I think it's important to write your school improvement plan so everyone in the building knows what it is. When you have two goals, one's academic, ELA and math, one is social emotional. People can speak to that and they know about it. Sometimes you might have too many goals, and I've had them in the past, and people can't speak to those goals. So if you really want continuous improvement, you need to keep it simple and focused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else have anything else? I just have a comment. It's a comment more than a question. Is a lot of people focus on the MCAS scores, and that's just a snapshot that one day that those students take it. So I appreciate especially the growth. The growth is so important that I don't think people realize how important it is that a student, like you said, could be above grade level, but still not growing or getting any benefit.
Yeah.
So the fact that every year we see the students growing, even if it's a little bit, it is so important. The MCAS are great because it bases it on our schools, but to me, it's more important that people look at these school improvement plans to see how much work has gone into this, into helping our students throughout 3 years of their school.
And I think our local assessments are almost more powerful than the MCAS, because those are, we administer those 3 times a year, and then we do progress monitoring with students, and we watch that closely. So that really gives us more concrete data throughout the school year.
Yes, so I appreciate all the data and all the growth information that's on these. Thank you. Does anybody have anything
Thank you.
else?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on the iReady. The kids also get to see themselves, right? They get to see their growth as well, which goes back to your point of then they don't see their MCAS results very often, maybe when they're a little bit older, but they get to see throughout the year where they are. So I think it's really powerful for them to
And
see
teachers are really good about showing that to students, and it's motivating for many of them. And they feel proud when they make progress.
Thank you.
All right,
I think
thank you.
Thank you, Beth. So going in order, ready for Pine Grove? Everyone's ready? Coming up as a team. Support.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight. Decided to bring my better half here with me tonight because we are certainly a team. I am going to, it's funny that Beth had commented on our pictures, and she was talking about, well, I have the kids when they start at the beginning and start at the end, and then I looked at mine and I go, so do we. We have preschool ending with the 6th grade picture, so I thought it was neat, though, that had just happened. So that was something I was going to reference. I'm going to go right into my goals. And the first goal, our social emotional goal. Let's see. our social, emotional, and wellness goal, we continued to put our PGS Pride system in place. I will say that PGS Pride has become a staple at Pine Grove. Any student can tell you what Pride stands for. Elise and I have worked really hard to model and show the students what it means, whether it be on the morning announcements, and we're talking about positive actions or responsibility and going as deep as empathy or equity, going into self-control, and we demonstrate it in the hallways to the students, being good role models, but also demonstrating it to the teachers of what it should look like. I think we've done a really good job this year. We're really focusing on going back to the simple things like manners, saying please and thank you when someone is speaking on the announcements, that you're not talking. And we found in previous years that, and Elise was walking around the school and we were talking to some of our other colleagues about that, people weren't taking it seriously and they were talking and adults weren't being role models. And so we continue to really buckle down on that PGS Pride. And we've heard from multiple teachers now that we're really, really implementing that and we're sticking by it, that you can walk through Pine Grove when somebody is on the announcements and you can hear a pin drop. Even into the lunchroom with our lunch staff when they're talking to the students. So I feel like it's starting to work, and it's taken a couple years because we've been doing PGS Pride since the beginning of this school improvement plan, but it really is starting to make a difference, and that just shows year after year, if you keep doing it, that eventually the students will learn from the adults as well as each other. We continued with our implementation of PGS Paths with Julie Benson. When you were just asking about what the role is of Julie Benson, I think the strategies that the kids have learned has been really beneficial to the students. And I just want to apologize, I have a really bad head cold, so if I sound a little bit different, it's in my chest, so I should have brought my water up. But that's been really beneficial to the students. The students have enjoyed their lessons, and all 3 elementary schools actually met at the end of last year with Shannon and Anna, and we talked about getting a system going because, as Beth had talked about, Julie Benson would come in and she would have these great, powerful lessons for the students to follow and to learn, but then they wouldn't see her, and then they wouldn't, it just wasn't beneficial to the students. So all 3 elementary schools got together and we made the schedule together. And now, as Beth was talking about, it's really, I think, going to be more powerful because Joe Leet, who's our STEAM teacher, and also Julie Benson, the social emotional teacher, they'll be in the schools for longer periods of time. So we feel that we're going to see the benefits even more from that program. On our school improvement plan, that had changed since year 1 because we were actually implementing our own social emotional curriculum at Pine Grove, and we were doing Strong Start, Healthy Kids. So that looks a little bit different in our school improvement plan. I think I talked about last year, will you grab my water? Thanks. Sorry. I can feel my voice fading. We had talked about our ISED committee, which is invested in social emotional development for students, and we had started a wall where we had all of the students' pictures, and all of the staff had to come down and they had to look at the students' pictures, and you put a dot under the students' pictures, and that would show if that student had somebody in the school that they could go to or you felt a connection to. So this year we took it a step further and we started a mentor program. So teachers would come forward that wanted to be a mentor. It started from the ISED program, and if a student did not have a circle, then we made sure that they had somebody that they could go to. And we'd, even if it wasn't a student that you interacted with every single day, you would make sure that you made a connection to that student, and that would help the student to feel, like they had someone to go to if they were having a bad day or a sad day, or they needed someone to talk to about sensitive issues. So that was something that we did with the ISED. We continue to have Tracker. Tracker has been such a sunny spot of Pine Grove. I can't tell you, I think we counted over 15 times that he went outside and he got one of our students to come through the door. So he continues to be such a big component of our social emotional work that we do over at Pine Grove. we continue to bring in social emotional learning type assemblies. We really liked the bullying assembly that we had. We just had Chris the musician back last week, and it's, what I love about that is he allows me to meet with him beforehand, and I talk with him, and I tell him that these are the words that we use, and these are the words we don't use, and so trying to go through what we work on as Triton, what we work in as Pine Grove, the other 2 elementary schools work at, and it's always powerful for the students because they can make the connection of the things that, that we're already talking about at Triton. We were fortunate enough this year. We do have a life skills program that our specialists implement for Triton, but we work closely with the Rowley PD, and they actually approached me last year, and they have a LEAD program. And basically what that LEAD program is it is law enforcement against drugs and violence. And so what we did is we took their curriculum, went through the life skills curriculum, and then anything that wasn't being covered or we thought that they should pay closer attention to, the police officer came in, they were trained to instruct the students on this LEAD program, and we had them implement it in 5th grade because we felt like that was the grade that needed it the most based on conversations with Elise, with me, with guidance with the teachers. And so he came in, he worked with the students, and we were really able to zone in on, social media, what exactly bullying is, what exactly bullying isn't, a lot of social emotional work. So it was really nice to work alongside the police department with that. Sorry. Just piggybacking what Beth was saying, talking about the new office referral program that the district had created. It's incredible. Elise works with it way more than I do. But we've seen a decrease just as Newberry, we are seeing 25% of the referrals are coming off the playground. 18% were coming off of the bus, but I will tell you, it's a total of 22 children that make up those office referrals. So if you look at it that way, it's not a great big deal of office referrals that we had been seeing. So that has definitely been a decrease of what we have been seeing in the past. We have our new REACH adjustment counselor. She works in our therapeutic behavior program. She has 8 students that she's currently meeting with on her caseload. We have Kyle Campbell, our guidance counselor. He also is working with children. It doesn't matter and I think pretty much everybody knows how we feel about Kyle. He'll work with any student, whether it's on his caseload or not. And he had told me that currently last year, he was meeting with about 40 to 50 students weekly, whether it's something with trauma, whether it's something with social emotionally that they're struggling with. And it's also sometimes just happy things that they want to share. So I thought that was important to point out that he had pointed out to me. And then we have our part-time social worker, Julie Godbout, and she is currently and into the end of last year seeing 25 to 30 students. And I think that's all that I have about our social emotional goal. I'm now going to move on to our mathematics goal. Did you have anything you wanted to share? No? You good? Okay, she's good. Our mathematics goal, which was 90% of kindergarten students will demonstrate proficiency with counting and cardinality as evidenced by the tasks. And then our second goal with 90% on the universal screeners. And then we went into that specific geometry domain. And I remember that we were talking about that a couple years ago of why I had been so specific in geometry and chose geometry. But I've got good news about geometry, so it's good. I was thinking back to our goal in mathematics and why we had such a lofty goal of 90%. And I'll tell you, when you're looking at universal screeners, those are the essential foundational skills that these students need in order to be successful mathematicians. So that is why we have such a lofty goal. But we're not there yet. We're getting there. But I do have, here we go. I have a lot of Post-its. Sorry. All right. Right now, we are 8 points away from meeting our goal in kindergarten and 11 points of meeting our goal 8 points of meeting it in first grade and 11 points of meeting it in kindergarten. So we're getting close to the 90%. So how are we getting there? Did I go? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I went to my math goal before my ELA goal. That's why. Yeah. We're continuing to administer the universal screeners for our number sense in kindergarten and first grade. And we're also continuing for our geometry domain goal. We're continuing to implement our iReady growth monitoring systems in grades 2 to 6. Basically, the math specialist, she's continued to work with the kindergarten and the first grade in administering this. Also, we are holding our data meetings. At our data meetings, I feel like we do a really good job analyzing the data, also picking out trends, creating action plans and what to do with students that are struggling, but also those students who are meeting grade levels. So then when you do run into those challenges where the students that are already on grade level, we need to figure out how to challenge them so they will make that growth, the growth that you were talking about, Paul, when you were asking about that. We are continuing to implement co-teaching, and I did want to share something about co-teaching in math. This is year 3 of co-teaching, so I pulled some data from we have a particular 5th grade teacher that has been co-teaching with our math specialist, and so there were 3 classes in 5th grade. 1 was co-taught and 2 were not. So 2022, the class that was co-taught, there was 50% of students met or exceeded expectations. 29%, and this is spring 2022, 29% of another class met or exceeded expectations, and then the third class, 33% met or exceeded expectations. So the 50% was higher. And then spring 2023, at the end of last year, we had 1 class that was not co-taught, 50% met or exceeded expectations. Another class, 58% met or exceeded expectations. And then the class that had been co-taught was 74% met or exceeded expectations. This is year 3, and we're continuing that same, they call it sort of a marriage. So we're continuing that same marriage with those 2 working together. So that was one that I really wanted to talk about for co-teaching. And as I had said, we're continuing to analyze our results for the geometry domain as well. That was a huge focus for our math implementation team. The math implementation team would meet. We would talk about which standards in the geometry domain that we needed to focus on, and then we would come up with a plan. We purchased and required that all grade levels had to have an additional instruction time during the day where they just focused on geometry. It was written into our master schedule. It was non-negotiable. We gave them choices of how they wanted to instruct their students during this geometry time. And we got a little pushback, but the results are really showing. So we have, in the spring of 2023, 70% of all students in grades 2 to 6 scored on or above grade level in geometry. This percentage increased from 60% in 21-22, and when we started this school improvement plan, it was 46% met or exceeded expectations. So it went from 46% when we wrote this school improvement plan to 70% of students meeting or exceeding expectations in geometry. So I thought that was a huge success, and we're definitely seeing what we're doing is working, and we're still working towards it. And that is math. All right. Continuing on to our ELA goal. This is 80% of the kindergarten and first grade students will achieve DIBEL composite scores in core range, and 80% of second and third grade will score in core range of DIBELs in oral read and fluency, and then 90% of students in grades 4 through 6 will make at least typical growth demonstrated by overall placement in iReady. As we are in math, we're continuing to administer those assessments. Not only that, but really staying on top of progress monitoring, watching the students to see who is growing. If we're noticing a student that's not making growth, Elise and I, we watch. We love data, and so we're constantly watching. We'll go and we'll talk to a teacher and we'll say, hey, we're noticing this. What can we do to support you? And we're really trying to build relationships with a student, with the staff, where if a student is not making progress, it's okay. Sometimes it's, it doesn't matter how long you've been an educator, that every student can learn. You just need to figure out how they're going to learn. So we're really trying to work with staff and recognize that. But we're also really trying to hold people accountable. If we're putting an action plan in place to try to support a student, then that action plan has to be implemented. So I feel like with all of our progress monitoring that we're doing, we're really moving forward and holding people accountable to make sure that things are implemented and doing whatever it takes to make our students be successful. We continue with PLC meetings or professional days with implementing CKLA. I will ditto everything that Beth said. I feel like it is just such a strong program, and to see what these students are learning. And I've had teachers come to me that never come to me excited about teaching reading and writing, and they've been excited about the topics that the students are learning. And it's been such a powerful experience to see the different vocabulary that the students are learning, and using the vocabulary at home, and parents coming in and saying, oh my gosh, they were talking about the Aztecs or something that a kindergartner wouldn't be talking about. So it's been really a powerful, powerful program, I feel. And then same, we're utilizing co-teaching practices with a multi-tiered system, just as Beth had talked to, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. We do have our CKLA implementation team that focuses a lot like our math implementation team. We haven't been so specific in the domains with our new program being implemented, but I can see it eventually going in that as the program continues to be implemented and becomes second nature to everyone. I could see that implementation team becoming more of a committee where we're focusing on those domains like we did in math, because we're seeing such success doing that. But I do want to focus on our data for that goal. So goal 3A, it was, yes, I believe 90%, and we have 72% that were core composite. Grade 1 was 80% core composite. And then we have our grade 2, 72% core, grade 3, 76 core, and grades 4, 82%, 86%, and 69% are making typical growth. So those are definitely things to celebrate as well. Yes. And that is our ELA goal. All right, now I'm going to move on to our cultural goal. So our cultural goal, when we all sat down as a school council and we talked about this, and talking about culture and cultural proficiency and competence has always been something that has been inside of me as an educator. I thought that we weren't doing a good job with that. And so when we started to talk about that, it's bigger than I thought. It's huge, it's massive. It's something that you have to take very small steps, because a lot of equity and cultural proficiency and cultural competence, and a lot of that takes a lot of modeling, but it also takes a lot of educating ourselves on it. When we wrote this goal, it was sort of, we were thinking that, well, that's what we need. And then the district, they were thinking the exact same thing, and we sort of all came together. And so some of my thinking had shifted. So when looking at our action steps and looking at the things that we were doing, a lot of it has turned into self-reflecting, not only for me, not only for Elise, not only for our committee, the BDEI committee that we formed, that committee, the Belonging, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. that committee, when we first started meeting, I was just like, whoa, we got to take a step back here because it's a lot. And it's a lot of people's beliefs and people's ideas and things that I'm not even 100% confident in myself with. And so the school improvement plan, and along working with the district, has really allowed me to learn a lot. And I think that if I was to, I wouldn't take it away, but I probably would have reworded it a little bit because I would have approached it a little bit differently. So a lot of self-reflecting, a lot of the action steps that we took were based on us, as well as our BDEI committee, along with what we were learning working as a district leadership team, and bringing them back to our staff and sort of sprinkling it, I guess you would say, into our staff in showing them how they could be culturally competent teachers in their classroom, and recognizing their self-awareness and how did they feel, when it came to cultures or it came to diversity or equity. So that's basically what my action steps are based on. A lot of self-reflecting, sprinkling into with our staff, but we're on our way. We're not even, I don't even a smidge up the mountain yet, but I feel like we're really starting to do a good job of modeling and taking the things that we're learning from district leadership, as well as the work that we did with Michael Eatman, along with the work that we're doing with our BDEI committee. So I just wanted to preface that a little bit before I talked about the steps. One of the things that I wanted to talk about in one of our action steps is giving the universal screener. That was one of the first steps that we did, and I still feel like that's such a good action step to have. But we struggled as administrators, like, well, what should you give? What should it say? What should you do? And then when the district went into when we were talking about equity and working towards that, we put the brakes on that. But something that we've done that I feel like is moving in the right direction is that we worked with the BDEI committee, and we worked on creating a survey. And this survey is based on only religion and cultures. And so we presented it at to our staff, and the staff got it first. And we talked about it at staff meetings, and we talked about the work that we were doing at the BDEI committee. We talked about some of the things that we were really struggling with. And finally, then we met with Michael Eatman, and we showed him our survey that we created. And then I met with Brian, and I showed Brian the survey. And then we sent it out. And like I said, all it focuses on, well, what cultures do you celebrate in your home? What religions do you celebrate in your home? Because more than once now, you have people that come up to you, and they're like, well, we don't celebrate Halloween, And we found out that we have some Buddhists in our school. Like, it's fascinating to see what you have in your school. And not even know it or acknowledge it. So that's something that we did, and I will tell you, I've gotten really positive feedback from families saying, well, once they could use the link, because I didn't do it right. But the positive feedback that I've gotten is just like, I'm so glad that you care that, we are Buddhists and that we don't celebrate that. And I'm a firm believer that you can celebrate everything as long as you know, and you don't know unless you ask. So that's a big step that we took in that direction. And the survey went out. Narissa, I'm sure you got it. And yeah, so I'm really excited about that. Was one action that we took, and I was just thinking it's sort of related to the survey that we sent out, so staff did get it as well. And then, let's see. Elise and I, we focused on going into classrooms, and we read books on equity, kindness, differences, inclusion, and once again, going in and modeling to teachers, like, it's okay to talk about this, and this is how you're going to become more, culturally proficient in your classroom, and how can you bring this cultural competence into your classroom. And so those are some of the ways that Elise and I have been doing that, and also guidance has been doing it alongside us as well. So teachers sign up for it, so it's something that it's been really successful, and I think the kids really like it. And I bring Tracker with me, and the kids love that. So we did the holidays. One thing that we did is we did meet with our music department, met with our music teacher. She was really apprehensive of, having a sing-along, but we made sure that every song that we sang, that we just celebrated and embraced all the cultures in our school, and it was positive feedback. So meeting with her was another step in the direction to help her because she was not confident in it. So that's something that we did last year. Let's see. And we continue to have our police and fire department in. They've been really great about coming in, and they were a big part of our holiday celebrations. They came in. One of the firefighters, she was Jewish, and she shared, a lot about herself and what she does, and as is Elise, and she went down to classrooms, and so just celebrating and bringing the community involved, and just another successful event that we had. And I know Beth had talked about that, the inclusion team from the high school. They've come over now. That was their second year. Patrick sent over more students, so we were able to cover 2 grade levels, and that's just been such a great way to show the students diversity, inclusion, kindness, all of the things that we're trying to instill in our students. And then I feel like this does have a lot to do with this goal. Is we've really been trying at Pine Grove to really ignite the fire of different things that different students and staff love. So our Science Day, it was a chance for students that, maybe they're not, strong in reading and writing, or maybe they're not athletes, but the amount of passion and excitement that came out of Science Day, I thought, was something that we did that does go along with equity and inclusion and diversity, because the amount of students that, were a part of that it was just such a great day, and I feel like we included so many things and ignited, like I said, so many passions in students that don't have the chance to. And also the students that enjoy nature. We've been fortunate enough to work a long time. Our town, we have a nature trail out and back now. We have our 2 outdoor classrooms. We have a garden out in the back where students who love gardening, they get to go out there and garden. We have a green team that we really try to, talk about recycling. We're trying to get the composting project going. Just a lot of things to really focus on, a lot of different interests and talents that all of the students have. So to allow them to be successful and feel happy. And I think that was it for our cultural proficient goal. And then I think I'll go on to the MCAS. All right. I feel like sometimes when I go second, I'm saying again everything that Beth said, but it's true, so I have to. I know she had focused on average, the average student growth percentile is 40 to 60. I feel that, there are a couple areas that we need to focus on, and as Beth said, we just got this data, so I really want to dig deep into the data to see what had happened. But I think my biggest focus that I would like to talk about tonight is our grade 3. And when I looked at grade 3 today, and Elise, you too, I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? But when I look at that cohort and I think of a school improvement plan, I think a lot about what we're talking about, and we're talking about growth. And when we all wrote this school improvement plan, it was for 3 years, and what I want to see is, we want to see growth. And that particular cohort is grade 3. They had never taken MCAS, so you can't see their growth. But I can look at our iReady scores, and I can tell you that when they were first graders, that 38% of them were making typical growth. And I'll tell you, when they were second graders, they were making 38% growth. That particular cohort that we're looking at those scores in MCAS, last year made 63% growth. So they definitely are making growth, but we can't see that on this one data snapshot. I can see, and then when you're looking at data and you're thinking about a cohort, I can't keep looking at, well, grade 3, grade 3, grade 3. I'm following the students. So those students were second graders, and now they're third graders. When I'm focusing just on 3 and I'm looking at these numbers, yes, they're comparing them with a, what is it, a negative 15 compared to the students from last year. Those aren't the same students. They're different students. So they're not in that same cohort, but those students, I have data to show that 63% of them did meet their typical growth. Does that mean I'm making excuses? No. But what that means is that they're not, I'm going to follow that cohort. And what I know is that in our action plans moving forward, if a student's on an IEP, let's make an example of a student that's on an IEP, we want to focus more on stretch growth, and stretch growth is a lot harder. So if you focus on that stretch growth, that's where you're going to see the kids start to jump from different grade levels. When you look at the iReady, you're going to see the students that are in red, you're going to see the students that are in yellow, and you're going to see the students in green. 63% of those students in that grade 3, 63% of them went either from red to yellow or yellow to green. But there's no way to show that on this. So just to keep that in mind, that it's one data point, and they are growing, but I just don't have the data to show it. But on this school improvement plan, I'm watching these kids, and we're going to look deep into this data, and we're going to figure out what's going on. But it's just one snapshot, and we're really looking at it, and we are going to dive deep, and we are going to come up with some sort of plan, because that's our mission, to make all our students successful and help them to have a wonderful education and to feel successful. And I think that's it.
Does anybody have any questions for Nicole?
Can I just say, Nicole, on the actions for the goals for the coming year, is there anything you wanted to point out? I know you went over all the progress.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think the biggest thing was, the equity goal of just explaining where we're at with the equity goal, and that it's a lot more, it's massive, and it's a big topic, and you have to make small steps, and that's why we brought it back. But everything we're doing is a sprinkle with our staff and our students, and a lot of modeling.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Paul.
I just wanted to go back to the co-teaching for a second.
Sure.
Because those achievement numbers that you mentioned were striking.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you might attribute it to apart from the co-teaching, or is that?
Well, it's funny that you say that, because obviously it's our math specialist that is co-teaching with a particular teacher. And so this year we've sort of taken a step back a little bit, and that particular teacher is doing co-teaching in 2 separate classrooms on year 3 to sort of see. The teacher does some independent, but also, so a little bit of sprinkling in both. Those are some of the things that we thought of too, and Anna and I have had multiple conversations about it. I'm like, but they were co-teaching.
No, that'll be interesting data for next year.
Isn't it? It really is, and it'll be year 3, so we'll see it. But I'm just such a fan of it, and to see the kids working, with different educators with different talents, it's a powerful piece in my opinion, so.
Thank you.
So first one is for Brian and Anna, because Nicole just brought this up. The percent changes here that we're seeing in this, and obviously you just got that, so not much. Those percent changes are really meaningless because it's comparing apples to oranges. So, but it would be helpful to see the cohort change on a document like this, when we're doing this in the future, and we have more than 24 hours to look at the data. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, Nicole, you talked about this a little bit with CKLA, that they're learning core content in those readings. They're being exposed to different science or social studies concepts in those units. And so then when they go to the MCAS test, for example, and they get a passage to read, they have more context to put that into. And so some of the idea there is that that they can do a better job of reading comprehension in other areas because they have a broader background to draw on?
Oh, 100%. And even, you know, referring back to the younger grades, you know, it's, you know, I was taught that you have a bunch of glasses in front of you, and students, when they're learning to read and build the foundation, it's they get stuck with that glass is full, that first glass is full, and that's where they're learning to decode words. And they have such a hard time and they're stuck decoding words that they can't even focus on everything you're saying. They can't, you know, focus on the new vocabulary, the comprehension, the fluency. So a program like that is only going to build this glass here. So they do have more exposure to all that, you know, robust and enriched vocabulary. And, you know, our goal is hopefully, you know, we're doubling down in the lower grades with the phonics and phonemic awareness, foundations, all of those, that along with the CKLA program, if we can get them their cognitive energy not to be focused on this first class so much, that when they're learning CKLA, they can just absorb all that other stuff, and in the future will help in the upper grades. So yeah, exactly. That's going to only help with their vocabulary and their comprehension in the future.
And then the third thing is with that fourth goal of yours. When you're talking about it, I hear embracing the whole child. I hear looking at the student in front of you. I'm hearing you say that. And that's so much what this is, right, is see the child, see who they are as a person, and embrace them for who they are as a person, and recognize who I am as a person in the ways that I might come to the classroom and be able to embrace the student in front of me, or the parts of me that I should leave behind because they're going to cause students to not belong or whatever. And then I look at your action items and I see words like screener and database and checklist.
Yeah.
It's like, are these going to help you get where you're going? Because I feel like where you're going is hearing all of the stories, you know, the stories of the students and the stories of their families and all of that. And these words don't tell me we're looking to hear the stories. So,
and I think you're right, and I agree with you, and I think that's why if I was to, and that's why I was up front at first, if I was to do it differently, I think I would do it differently, because I think when I started it, it's like, okay, yeah, we'll do this. Well, you know, we'll get to know the students, and then we'll do this, and we'll give the resources. And, you know, even coming up with resources, it's, you know, we've gotten a lot of ELL students now, and, you know, I've been reaching out to Katie Zarba. You know, she helps us with the McKinney-Vento and handing resources for Pettingale House, and I've been trying to create resources for families to, it's been a lot harder than I thought, you know, but if you're 100% right, it doesn't. Now I feel like my vision has changed with so much of what I've learned working with the district leadership team, working with Michael Eatman, my own reading that I've been doing, talking with Elise. It's, if I could do it differently, I would have. And I just feel like when that light bulb finally went off, maybe I should have changed it a little bit, but it just, my thinking wasn't the same 2.5 years ago that it is right now, and I agree with you 110%, it doesn't. But if I was to do it differently, I would. But, yeah.
Anybody else have anything else?
So can I just add to that? So to Paul's point and what Nicole's saying, right, is we talked about this in the work we've done as a team. The school improvement plans in the 24 to 27 next iteration, the language will be different, the goals, the approach will be different. So that certainly is an important point. And then I think it was your question, Paul, about, or was it your first question, about the data and breaking that down. Certainly, when Anna does a presentation in October about the results, we can certainly, obviously, have more time to unpack it and present it that way.
I just have, again, comments, not so much as a question, as I think by incorporating people's religions and cultures, I think makes families feel belonging. I know I myself, we have 2 religions, and I know that Salisbury was always great. In fact, Mrs. Keeler was a benefit of my father-in-law coming in every single year. He still not last year because she wasn't a kindergarten teacher anymore, but my father-in-law came in to celebrate Hanukkah every single year, even when my kids weren't in Salisbury Elementary. So for 15 years. So it's just, it makes the kids want to embrace different religions, different cultures, and maybe a child that was scared to tell people they were certain religions makes people open up and want to talk to the kids and talk to parents. And I just think it's a wonderful way to bring belonging and diversity in.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's the data that we put in these school improvement plans is just so important to show the growth of our students. I'll say it again, that MCAS is only one snapshot, and just the work that is done in each one of these schools to show the growth that's happening, that people may not understand what work is being done, but when you see those growth percentiles, it makes the kids feel and the parents feel that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing to educate our students.
Thank you.
So that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You have a question?
No, I just didn't know. Let her go.
Let her go.
Yes.
Class dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole and Elise.
Got a lot of Post-its.
So just to note a point, while Catherine is coming up, or Catherine and I see Jane standing up. Catherine and Jane are coming up because both Beth and Nicole referenced, I don't remember the exact term, the district-wide discipline data. So our Director of Technology, Greg Kulik, created a reporting form that allows us to aggregate the data by school and by district so that we can analyze trends. So just, that isn't something I think you ever shared with you, so several have referenced it, so just to make sure that you're clear of what that is. Welcome, Ms. Dawn, Ms. Keeler.
Thank you, everybody. Is that on? You have to turn it on to make it work. There we go. Good evening. Thank you very much for having us, and I want to thank Jane for joining me this evening as well. So I'm going to begin going over the plan, which is a review of our progress towards our goals, and that would be beginning on page 5. So our first goal was an ELA goal. By the end of each school year, 80% of the students in grades 1 through 6 would be comprehending at grade level as measured by the iReady. So in 2021, we averaged 56% core. In 22 to 23, that went up to an increase of 60%. Now, that doesn't seem like much of an increase, for sure. And we do know that the students that our goal is to get them at core, but there have been obviously many factors at play over the past 3 years, including one of them being the CKLA curriculum, which is a wonderful curriculum, and I remember speaking about that last year. And just as Beth and Nicole have spoken of it, it is very rigorous, it's challenging, and it is such a wonderful learning experience for the students, but it's also something that was new for the students and the teachers. So that could have been a piece of the reason why our percentage core did not go up as much as we would like. But we're still keeping the goal for next year as 80% as well. Staying with that ELA goal, by the end of the school year, 80% of the students will achieve annual typical growth as measured by iReady. And if you can see there, we have definitely shown an increase in our percentage of students that have met that goal. In 2021, we were at 37. 21-22, we had a pretty big jump up to 57%. And then 22-23, we did achieve a 65%. Again, not at the 80%, but we are definitely working and we are moving in the positive direction. A factor or an important piece to look at is the stretch goal. And on average, the expectation would be that 25 to 35% of the students would meet that measure. And for us, 38% of the students met that stretch goal. So that's something very much to celebrate for our students. That's a challenge. That's not something that comes easily, which means there is a lot of growth and there is a lot of work that's being done by the students and the teachers to get the students to be at that proficiency level. Continuing with the ELA goal, by the end of the school year, 80% of students K through 6 will be decoding at grade level as measured by the DIBELS 8 benchmark. We did switch the DIBELS to a DIBELS 8, so some of the percentages don't necessarily really correlate correctly in terms of the percentages. So we went from 52% in 2021 up to 55% in 21-22, and then we went to 77%, but I have to be cautious because that was using the new DIBELS 8, and I don't want to jump to say that was a huge increase in the DIBELS because the measurement is a little bit off because of the testing that was used. On page 6, by the end of the school year, 80% of students will attain average growth as measured by that same DIBELS 8 benchmark. And again, because we used a different version of the DIBELS, in 21-22 it was 68%, and now it went to 56%, but I can't count that as being something that is worrisome because, again, the correlation between the two benchmark assessments isn't perfect. For our math goal, by the end of the school year, 80% of the students in grades 1 through 6 will demonstrate conceptual understanding and application of math skills as measured by the iReady. And as you can see, 2021 was 41% were at core, 21-22, 47% were at core, and 22-23, 54% were at core. And I feel really good about that because math has always been something that, I shouldn't say always, it is an area that we need to begin to spend a lot more time focusing on, and we haven't had the opportunity to do that, nor I think our focus has been on the ELA, and I never want to lose that focus. We are now realizing the importance of really taking the exact kind of strategies in our math curriculum as well. So moving it to 54% for this year shows that we are moving in the right direction. It's also important to note that 54% of students who ended the year at core, we started at 13% at core. So that's a pretty big jump for that group. And then on this page, it's because I forgot to include it in the progress towards achieving goals, information that I'm going to talk about is actually found on page 9, but it's the other part of the math goal, which said 80% of students will attain annual typical growth as measured by the iReady math benchmark, grades 1 through 6, and early numeracy screening, K through 1. The goal was 80%. In 21-22, 54% achieved that annual typical growth. And then 22-23 was 63%. Again, it's not 80, but it's moving in the right direction. And when we were talking about establishing goals for this coming year, there was discussion about changing the goal to be less than asking students, like 80% of the student population, they wanted to like decrease it to 75 or something. And I said, no, why do you want to move a goal down? A goal is something you want to achieve and is something you want to strive for. So you certainly don't want to lower your standards or your expectations. So we are definitely keeping the 80, and we're determined to get there, if not exceed that 80% for a goal. I think I'm going to talk a little bit more about iReady at this point and a little bit about the MCAS. So On page 7, which is the iReady, I did a little bit of comparison from, you don't have the iReady data from 2022, but I did some comparison there, and the two grade levels that are worth kind of making a notation on, in grade 3 reading from spring of 22 to spring 23, there was an increase of a 21% of students who were at or above grade level. So it's an increase of 21%, which is pretty significant, and that was in the grade 3 reading. In grade 3 math, it was the exact same thing. There was an increase of about 21% of students who actually were at meeting or exceeding the grade level. Now, the grade 4 data isn't quite as positive, and this shows up in our MCAS as well. From 22 to 23 in reading, we went down 8% on the iReady. And in math, we went down 9%. So I'm just going to hold that in the back of our minds for a little bit, because when we did some of the very quick MCAS comparisons, there is some concern, some serious concern about what was happening in the 4th grade. And we definitely need to do a lot of deep dive into that data to really see what was causing a decrease. So I'm going to stick with the MCAS data for a second. So in overall for grades 3 through 6, for ELA, from 22 to 23, 6%, we went down 6 percentage point of students meeting or exceeding expectations. And that was in ELA for the overall school. For the math, from spring of 22 to spring of 23, we went up 6 percentage points. So I think we're moving in the right direction, especially right now for the math, because I think that's something that we realized last year even, and when I start talking about our action steps, you will see some of those action steps that we put into place last year that we will continue moving forward with this year to hopefully continue to impact the growth in our math scores. Our overall growth for the MCAS, now again, we're not measuring the same cohort of students. For ELA, the overall growth for MCAS for ELA in grade 4 was 40%. For grade 5 was 44%. And grade 6 was 47%. And that was for the ELA overall growth. Math, again, we're showing more promising areas there. In math for grade 4, 49% overall growth. Grade 5 was 51%, and grade 6 was 45%. One of the areas that I do want to just mention, in our math, again, it's a different cohort, but in 2022, we had 7%, this is 3rd grade, we had 7% of students in 3rd grade meeting or exceeding expectations. In 2023, it's a different cohort, and I'll talk about that in a minute, 35%. So we went from 7% to 35%. There is an awful lot at play there. One of the things that we realized was that was a group of students that came back after COVID, and there was a lot of discussion around the gaps in student learning during that period of time. And those teachers felt like it was really important to get the foundational skills that the students should have had in the grade level prior to. So they ended up focusing more on filling in the gaps as opposed to moving forward with the curriculum. So we had lots of discussion about that, and it didn't go well, as we can see. we move on to the next year, and now we are back on track. We're doing what we're supposed to. We're teaching the curriculum. The students are keeping up. We're providing them with the supports so they can be successful and continue to show growth and improvement. And we jumped all the way up to 35% for that grade. And just one other piece of data, and this kind of goes to what Paul was mentioning, following a cohort, and this is the only piece that I have a cohort that I'm following, and I'm not really following it, but when Paul asked the question, I said, I have a little data I can throw out there. That same group of students who in third grade were at 7%, who now would have been in fourth grade, meeting and exceeding expectations, were at 23%. And so it was the same cohort of students, and they did jump to 23%, meeting or exceeding expectations. So I think following a cohort is really where you're going to get much more information and much better accurate information to better respond to what the students need and what we can do to support them to continue in their growth. I took so many notes, but I don't want to. I think I'm done with those, and then if you have questions, I'll come back to them later. All right, so at this point, what I'd like to do is begin on page 10 and continue with the goals. So our goal for English language arts is the same goal that we had before. And I want to talk a little bit more about the priority actions and the ones that we have changed and kind of beefed up a little bit more in order to get much closer and attain the goal of 80%. First of all, we are in year 2 of CKLA, and being in year 2, teachers were so impressed, and this comes out in many ways, with the amount of professional development that was provided to teachers in year 1 of CKLA. They, even though the curriculum was challenging and it was new and there was a lot to it and you have to follow it with fidelity, they also saw the benefits of it, and they also saw students growing and students being excited about learning. And now that we're in year 2, students are still going to now continue in that, and teachers have a better grasp on the curriculum. So we feel as though with a continuing professional development, which we still will have, our school provides Amplify, the CKLA collaboration, once a month. And so each grade level meets with the reading specialist, and they meet and they talk about the CKLA curriculum, how it's going in the classrooms, what do we need to do to continue helping students to build their skills, what do we need to do to differentiate. Last year, teachers didn't feel overly confident with differentiating the curriculum because it was brand new and they wanted to follow it with fidelity. They still are going to do that, but now there's a little bit more ability to collaborate with their peers and find out ways that would better suit the students that are in the classroom. But they are being supported, and we're hoping that in year 2, with the professional development and the collaboration that's taking place not only within our building but across the district, teachers will continue to help students be successful with that. Today we also have data meetings, and today we had our first data meeting. And during those data meetings, today we looked at the initial iReady year data. And in talking with the teachers, we began a discussion about the win time and how we will establish the win groups. This year, because of the amount of time and energy that Jane gave to creating the schedule, what we had decided to do was put a win block into every grade level. And during that win block, it is a time where the special ed teachers would be doing pull-out. It would be the only time in the day that special ed teachers would do it pull-out based on a student's IEP needs. All other times, it's going to be push-in into the classroom. And so talking about the push-in, we now have, which is a huge change for us, we now have special ed teachers pushing into the classrooms. A good majority of the day, you would find special ed teachers in the classroom supporting students in the classroom, and they're only doing pull-out during that wind block. It's not going to be perfect because everybody's going to be kind of fighting over the kids during that wind block. There might be students that have both a math goal and also a reading goal on their IEP. And so it's a matter of trying to figure out, okay, what do we need to do? And so next week, when we have our grade level meetings, that's going to be the focus, is to every grade level look at how can we set up our win time and make the groups so that the students are getting what they need during that win time. So the preliminary information from the data meeting today was really helpful because it gave teachers a chance to be thinking about that in preparation for next week's grade level meetings, because it's going to make a big difference for the students during the win time. Another one of our action items, 1E, last year we had a real push for particularly math, which I'm talking about ELA goal right now, but that the teachers use the iReady instruction portion of the iReady. And so that means that the instruction and the learning the students are receiving is specific to them and their needs. It's not just a general, okay, you're going to go and do an iReady lesson. So they use the iReady instruction portion, and they help the students create their plan of learning for where they are in their learning. And so it's a very specific tool which has goals and charts and learning activities for students that are definitely very specific for them. So in 1G, I talked about the WIN block, which is where we would be providing the Tier 2 and Tier 3 services. And then on page 12, this is the piece that I really believe is going to have the biggest impact, or I shouldn't say that, I really believe the WIN block and having special ed teachers in the classrooms is going to have a huge impact on student learning, and so will the co-teaching model. So this year is sort of our very first year doing the co-teaching model fully. Last year we had, I think, 2 teams that got started with it and just kind of, tested the waters. But this year we have 3 kindergarten classes. All 3 kindergarten classes are going to be co-taught for the CKLA reading, the reading block. Yep, the reading intervention block. So, but it's all 3 kindergarten teachers have chosen to use the co-teaching model. In grade 1, we have 1 co-teaching team. In grade 2, we have 3 teachers, and all 3 teachers have chosen to be using the co-teaching model. There's going to be 3 ELA teaching model, 3 ELA co-teaching partnerships, and 1 math, and that's in grade 2. In grade 3, this year we have 2 teachers. Both are doing a co-teaching model. One is doing it in ELA and one is doing it in math. In grade 4, we have 2 co-teaching teams. One is ELA and one is math. And then in grade 5, we have 1 co-teaching team, and that's in math. So that's a pretty significant increase in what we've had in the past for co-teaching. And I'm just going to give you a little anecdotal story from the other day when I was in a classroom. So I walked in, and it was a 4th grade classroom, maybe 19, 20 students, I wasn't really sure. But when I walked in, the teacher was doing an introductory lesson on personal narratives, and so she was doing the instruction. When I walked in, she was there. There was a special ed teacher in the classroom and also the reading specialist. Now, it wasn't a co-teaching model, so it wasn't co-taught, co-planned, but those teachers were in there supporting the students. So that's 3 professionals in the class helping students and supporting them. So the teacher did a great job, did her introductory lesson, and then gave them an assignment to do a graphic organizer on a memory that they had of maybe the first day of school, the first day of 4th grade, first day they tried something new, any memory that they had, and she gave them a graphic organizer and kind of said, okay, get started and I'll walk around and help. So it was wonderful because the reading specialist was walking around and sitting with the kids and kind of helping them, sort through their thoughts, and the special ed teacher was doing the same thing. Well, there was this one student who sat there and leaned back, and he wasn't doing anything. So she went over to him, and she said, can I help you? You want me to help you get started? And he said, I don't write personal narratives. He goes, it's none of anybody's business. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. How is she going to handle that? And the thing was, she handled it superbly, but my point is because she had the time to handle it, and she had the time to personally sit with that student and help that student process what was going through his mind. They ended up coming to an agreement where he was going to write a story about his cat, and the first day his cat entered the house. And he was fine, and that was what he was going to use for his story. And then another good thing that the teacher did later on is she got in touch with his mom at home and just let her know that, there was a challenge today, there was a struggle, and that this is what they had decided to do. But because of that connection and reaching out to the parent, what they've now decided to do also is anytime there's going to be a writing prompt, the teacher is going to send that writing prompt home a couple of days in advance to the parent, so the parent then can kind of work with the child and help the child kind of process some things and talk about things at home. So I thought, that whole co-teaching and the push-in model right there showed me the impact that it's going to have on the students, because now so many people are in the room able to actually help the students and be there with them one-on-one. So I have great faith, and I'm pretty excited that I'm hoping in the next year or two, our data will be able to show exactly what Nicole just reported on in terms of comparing the achievement of students that have been in co-taught classrooms versus those that aren't. I would like to be able to say that in the future we're going to have a lot more co-teaching, and I do think that the word will get out. So I have great hope that that's going to happen. Goal 2 is our mathematics goal. And again, it's the same goal as we had in this past year. During the data meetings, what they'll be looking at is certainly the MCAS data that we will have available to us. They're going to spend time looking at the assessment results and analyze those. They did talk today a lot at the data meetings about ways in which we can come up with more intervention strategies for math. It seems like in the CKLA area, the ELA area, we have a lot of interventions available for students in many areas, and maybe that's just because it's been around a while and it's just something that has been a big focus. So teachers now are really kind of looking for intervention strategies that can be used in the area of math. So that is one of the areas that they really want to be focusing on. And in our math implementation teams, that will be an area that we will be concentrating on, is finding the best ways that we can support the students with some intervention strategies based on their specific needs. We will be continuing with PD, with our trainer from Math in Focus. That has proven to be very helpful for teachers. We've had positive response from them, and in particular from the special ed teachers, especially now that they're going into classrooms. Special ed teachers tended to not really want to, or they just didn't feel the confidence to help students in the area of math. And last year, when they had a PD opportunity with the Math in Focus trainer, they left that training say, we need more. We need more so that we can make sure that we're helping our students who have math goals, and we want to make sure that we're doing it in the way in which that's going to support what's happening in the classrooms. On page 14, 2E, it's just talking about the wind block again, but I don't want to dismiss that because that is also going to be a big part of the math goal, and making sure that we're grouping students according to need. That was a big push this morning when we were at the data meetings, especially for the grade 4. They have a lot of students with some high needs, and they want to make sure that when we're making up the WIN groups, that we make them in such a way that the students that have the highest need are definitely going to be addressed, and that they want to find ways that we can best do that. Same thing, the co-teaching model. So I think that kind of follows through on both goals, the ELA and the math goal, both the push-in of our special ed teachers and the co-teaching model. Our third goal is our social emotional goal. And as we know, anytime you're talking about any social and emotional learning, it takes place throughout the day. So it's not, we're very fortunate the way the schedule worked out that we were able to have Julie Benson with us for the beginning of the school year, because that's where you establish all your guidelines and your routines, and you start making connections with the students. And so having her with us in the beginning of the year has already proven to be very helpful. When she's teaching her curriculum, she goes back with the students oftentimes to the classes, and she will spend time in the classes with the students, helping the students to utilize the learning that took place with SEL. We call on her often to come and help with students that might be struggling, and she brings them to her room, and she reviews the SEL strategies that they've been taught, and they're able to now use them in a real applicable place because they were struggling in the classroom. For 3D, build a healthy and productive school climate. So we began the year, and we have been doing this, is having assemblies at the beginning of the year. And in those assemblies, we talk about the importance of belonging and establishing a community in the school, and what it means to have a healthy community in the school. And those assemblies support the integration of that social emotional learning into the curriculum. I think at this point, I don't know if Jane's ready, but I did prep her for this. We've reinstituted, if that's the right word, a focus on our PBIS interventions or strategies this year. It has been part of Salisbury for a long time, but I guess with changes and with COVID, things started to go by the wayside. So this year, there is a PBIS implementation team. Is that what you call it? Working group. And they felt as though this was the time now, it was a perfect time to reinvigorate the PBIS. So Jane has worked so hard on that. So I've asked her to kind of talk a little bit about the PBIS and how it fits into the social emotional goal.
Just so you know, she had put me on the spot earlier today, like, I'm going to call on you to talk. So PBIS started back in 2016 when the whole district brought on the initiative. And when we were going through our training, they said it takes about 3 to 5 years. So if you count back and do the math, in the middle of our implementation, COVID hit. So during that time, things kind of disintegrated. And when Catherine and I came on, we discovered that we really needed to slowly bring back the systems and the procedures. So we started with the staff, bringing back the behavior matrix, how do we intervene appropriately with behavioral needs using a tiered system. Some students will need more support, bringing back in supports from our counselors. And then last year, I started the PBIS working group so we could really look at shifting from the initial supports of the office referral form and kind of putting those systems into now focusing on how do we reinvigorate for the students the concept of be safe, be responsible, be respectful, be kind. So we came up with a plan to be SES. So we have Bs, and some of the PBIS working group met with us this year. We spent some time this summer putting together a professional development for the second day of our summer the week leading into school during, what was that, like August 28th, 29th? So they helped us put together a whole presentation, a whole professional development, and we spent half the day going over all of the new systems that we'd be putting in place. So we have our BSES. We have posters all over the school. We have a chant every day that our students who do announcements talk about being SES. We have brought back our super tickets. So super tickets are a positive reinforcement system that we use in the school community. Everyone carries these tickets. Staff acknowledge students who are showing the expectations of safe, responsible, respectful, and kind expectations. We actually will be pulling tomorrow. We'll be doing our first announcement. So those students that are receiving tickets, put them together in a PBIS tub for their class, and then at end of the day announcements, we award one class per grade, the B for the week. So they are the B for the week. They are going to get a B trophy to hold in their classroom until the following week when we'll do a drawing again. So that's one of the main initiatives that we are implementing this year. We are also looking to do a student of the month. So that will be slowly rolled out over the next month or two once we start doing assemblies. The PBIS working group is also focusing on character traits. So each month we'll be meeting school-wide assemblies for grades K through 2 and then K through 3 and then 4 through 6. And we'll be introducing, with the help of Julie Benson, at least for the first portion of the year, different character traits. So I think our first one, which will start at the end of this month, the last Friday of the month, we'll have our first assembly, and we'll talk about being polite and what does polite look like. And we'll focus on that for the month of October. And then at the end of October, at that Friday assembly, we will acknowledge one student of the month per grade level. And we will keep track of that so that we know that children are getting the opportunity to be nominated each month, and that everyone is having the opportunity to be successful in that initiative. So we're excited to start that because that will be definitely something new with our PBIS system.
Thank you. And that certainly fits correlates very well with the SEL goal. Going off on track for 1 second, I just want to talk about, or just mention, the co-teaching and the push-in and the win time did not come easily for us. It was a big change for the staff, and the amount of time that had to go into building a schedule to make this all come to fruition was an inordinate amount of time. And I just want to recognize Jane for the work that she did with that. I mean, it was incredible. We have a gorgeous schedule, so if anybody ever wants to look at it. It is gorgeous color-wise, but it's also very student-oriented. It's pretty amazing. And then in helping her, once the master schedule was done, we had a good cohort of special ed teachers who went above and beyond to look at their caseloads and the individual IEPs of students so that they could figure out where the best places were to push into classes. They worked really, really hard on that and did a fabulous job, and they're continuing to do that because special ed is changing daily. But I also want to recognize the work that they did, because we couldn't have accomplished a schedule like we have that's going to really, really make a difference for our kids if it weren't for those individuals. So I just wanted to recognize that publicly. That's it. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Dahl? Go ahead.
Your student survey that you talked about, sorry, I don't talk that much, so I don't know how to turn it on. Your student survey that you talked about last year, have you implemented that yet, or?
We have not, so I need to talk, because last year Julie Benson was only with us, a crazy schedule, but it was like 2 weeks and then not with us for 4 weeks. She wasn't able to actually do that, and now that she's with us for the first trimester, we're going to plan on putting out that survey, but we did not do that last year because of the schedule.
Okay. And the co-teaching, they're trained in co-teaching? Because I know last year you had only a couple that were trained.
Right, no. Over the summer, there was a grant that was put together that teachers really jumped on board, and they're all trained co-teachers. The training was spectacular. I do have... I'm not surprised at who's jumping on the bandwagon, except for I do have one teacher, a veteran teacher, and I thought would be the last holdout for any co-teaching, is so into it and won't let us move away from it, and is so eager. And they have planning time once a week with their co-teacher, and I mean, everything is sacred, and I can't tell you the number of times this particular teacher has come into my room and said, all right, look, I want to try this. It might be a risk, but we're going to try this in the co-teaching team. And I mean, she is just so into it. So I think her initiative and her excitement about it is going to spread to other staff as well.
Okay, and I appreciate your shoes match again this year.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I do not have any wardrobe comments, so we'll let that one go. So I think I appreciate the scope, I guess, of your school improvement plan, because I think there's a lot here, and obviously you've identified, with both of you relatively new on board, some of the kind of bigger challenges that Salisbury Elementary was seeing, and started to put in, strategies to address those. I guess I have, when I'm looking at your school improvement planning, I'm seeing a lot of things are sort of at full implementation or sustainability already, but you're seeing the growth slow, and obviously there's a lot of need here. Do you think that the items that you're going to focus on that you talked about this year are enough to sort of jumpstart some of that growth for students? Just looking at, both the iReady and the MCAS that you have here, which are kind of reflecting the same, there was a jump, and then it sort of, the speed, I guess, of improvement then dialed way back.
You know what? I definitely appreciate that. I think you definitely, have hit the target there. Do I think that the models that we're talking about in terms of, I think the three main areas of creating win block for every single grade level is huge. At that point that's where the Tier 3 instruction is going to be taking place. That piece, the push-in model where we are having IAs push into the classrooms, special ed teachers pushing into classrooms, reading and math specialists pushing in, EL teachers pushing in. I think having the number of professional staff in a class, I do believe is going to make a difference. Even from what little I have seen when I walk into classes, those teachers are engaged with students. They're not just sitting in the back of the room. They're actually working with students. And that makes a big difference. If you have 20 students and you have 3 adults in the room that can rotate and really kind of help them specifically, and even that, those teachers will be able to see what the needs are for those students, which some of those needs might have gone unnoticed. So I do think that's going to have a big impact, and of course, co-teaching, I'm so excited about it, and when you see the teachers that are excited about it, when you're excited about something, it spreads to the kids, and then the kids get excited about learning too. So I do think that it's going to be a big difference. Now, next year, will the data jump and show all that? It does take a couple of years for those kind of things to get traction. I don't see them going anywhere, and I do see that we're moving in the right direction for that. So I have great hope. I don't know if hope's enough, but I have hope and belief.
All right, thank you. And the wind blocks are 20 minutes a day?
No, they're anywhere between 30 and 40.
30 and 40.
Depending on the grade level.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I guess my last question is, there's kind of two groups that, in both sets of data, it sort of reflects a large quantity of students that are in the 2 grade levels or more behind, or the not meeting categories. One of those, the middle school inherited this year, but the other one is last year's 4th grade, this year's 5th grade. Are there special plans, anything that you're doing that will specifically, target is not the right word, but kind of look at those issues for that population? Because it does feel like there's a bolus, I guess, that's kind of sitting in that grade that really needs some intensive assistance.
When I looked at the data, I was pretty shocked by it. I mean, I was very much taken aback. We do need to dig into that. So right now, I don't have specific answers for that. We will definitely be looking at that through the grade level teams, the data teams, I forget what the other one is, grade level and the data teams, and looking at it based on the specific students. But we do have to I have to take some time to look at that data, because we haven't had a chance to kind of really delve into to see what's going on. But you are, without a doubt, there is something definitely happening there. And I think we have to look at the way we break up teachers too. Do we need to we are departmentalizing in one 4th grade team this year, but the other one is not. Is that something that we need to be thinking about moving forward, to departmentalize? So I think this year, with the one team that's doing it, it'll be a good example and a good opportunity for us to say, okay, let's look at this, and was it successful, and how was it successful? How can we make it work in another place? So we have a lot to look at, and it's just going to we're going to do that this year to really see where we're headed.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I just wanted to note, too, that the iReady data also reflects that. The reading spring scores were 45% 1 grade level below in reading, and in math, it was 57% that were 1 grade level below. So I'm hoping that between those scores, hopefully you can get a really good idea of what's going on there, since I know that iReady gives us even more data than what MCAS would, and they're just sort of reinforcing each other.
They definitely do, for sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, can I ask a question?
Where's that coming from?
Sorry.
Hi, Erin.
Scared everybody already.
I was just curious. I noticed that you also had the student attendance data in here, and have you taken a look at any correlations between attendance and the iReady data and the MCAS data to see where we have any overlap, or if we don't have overlap, and how those are, how that works itself out?
We have not looked at that specifically. We do know that when we look at the students that have a high absentee rate, we go and we look at that iReady data, we look at their classroom data, it definitely impacts their ability to be successful. There is no question about that whatsoever. We certainly can delve into it deeper. It's pretty surface level, and it's pretty right there for us to know that if a student's not in class, they're not able to learn, and that there are going to be gaps in their learning if they're not consistently coming to school. So without a doubt, out. Our work is, and we're hoping with the PBIS too, we're not focusing specifically on attendance at all for that PBIS, but we're hoping that even just the idea of the excitement and the sense of belonging and a community kind of gets kids to want to be there and encourages them to really work hard to get there. I look at Nicole because that's where I heard the voice come from, so I keep looking over there.
Do you have any other questions, Erin?
No, thank you, Linda. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Paul.
So Catherine, can you give us any rationale for the change from Dibbles to Dibbles 8?
I can't, but thank you for asking. I'm looking at Anna. Anna, I apologize for putting you on the spot for that.
I need to look more into that because that transition, I believe, happened like 2 years ago. But my understanding is it's a shift that all districts made. It was an updated, I think it was more aligned with national norms, but I'd have to look into it to give you a good answer, but I will.
Thank you, Anna.
Is that all, Paul? I have a question on the Dibbles as well. You said that it was new last year?
I think last year was the first year they did the Dibbles 8.
Is that new for all 3 elementary schools or just Salisbury?
All schools shifted to it at the same year, but I believe it was last year, I don't think was the first year.
It was, I thought it was the first year.
I'm in Dibbles right now. I think it was 2 years ago maybe, but I'll look. But all elementary schools are using the same benchmark assessments.
Okay, I just want to make sure that.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting, though, because I'll have to chat with you as well, because I was making a comparison for 2021 as using the original Dibbles, thinking that Dibbles 8 became the last 2 years. So it's just something to kind of continue talking about once we find out.
I'll put it on our list.
Okay, thank you.
Point being, if it was 2 years, then that 70% growth
Yes.
was remarkable.
Yeah.
I just have a couple more questions. How is the STEM teacher helping with the math? Is the STEM teacher in the class at all, working with math teachers or during math blocks or anything?
Last year, again, she was here for 2 weeks and then went to another school. Right now, she's not with us this semester. We get her next semester. And what she did mostly last year was the STEM activities that really related to science and engineering. I know last year she did work with some of the math teachers and spent a lot of time on the geometry strand because that was where we were looking to focus. And she would work with making sure the kids understood the different shapes and how to identify those, and she would implement that in her teaching with the STEM curriculum. I think last year she wanted to kind of get the idea of the engineering and the coding. She was getting involved with doing some coding with kids. It's a much more inquiry-based sort of science that she hasn't really gone into the math classes. I don't know if that's going to change this year when she comes to us in the next semester, because I haven't seen what her curriculum is going to look like as she moves forward.
The co-teaching, I've been an advocate for co-teaching for years now, and I'm glad to see it finally filtering to Salisbury Elementary. And I think that will help with your data analysis once you start getting those teachers co-teaching, and I'm glad to see that. I'm also glad to see that you're not lowering the bar. I know that I personally were hard on the data that was presented last year, and the fact that you're not lowering the bar down to the children that our students should be raising to those bars, I'm very glad to see that, because Salisbury can do it. We can get them there.
Absolutely.
You know, what I didn't see in here was any behavioral, like the new program or the new form. I don't see any behavioral data in here. Is Salisbury not having any behavioral?
Yeah, that must be it. No, actually, you know what? I honestly, I should have talked to my colleagues, because if I had known they were putting that data in, I would have put it in. I honestly just didn't think to put it in. No other reason. Last year, we did have our student supervisor of students, and he did a great job, and he worked with that data collection item. We still have the data, don't get me wrong, but it's a big miss not having him already this year, but we're making more use of our counselor and our social worker to help in those areas. But I didn't put it in because I didn't check with them. And they should have called me to tell me.
Can I just add to that? Because I see a lot of the referrals come in, and although I don't have numbers in front of me, I can probably echo the same thing that, especially going back to what Beth had said, that we had, I would say, well over 100 office referrals, and a majority of them were during those unstructured times, which was recess and lunch. We did definitely have classroom incidences that happened, but the larger percentage of those office referrals came from unstructured times, being on the playground, being at lunch. So again, I don't have numbers, but seeing that data roll in on a daily basis, that was the higher rate of incidents.
Thank you.
Can I interrupt too? I apologize. But the collaborative problem solving that some of the teachers went through for training, they used that last year, and there is still a push for teachers to be able to use that this year rather than jumping to conclusions with students, but really getting down to the nitty-gritty of helping the student understand what is going on with them and talking through the problem before it becomes a big discipline issue. We're really trying to utilize that problem-solving method to stay away from it becoming a punitive measure, because we want them to learn from what they're doing. And so Jane and I are trying to make sure that we continue with that this year as well.
Yeah, and I just want to say that although the progress for growth has been slow, I'm glad to see that Salisbury's going in the right direction. And I know it's partly because of the two of you and the work that you've done with the staff there, and I appreciate that these are going in the correct direction. I also am glad to hear that the professional development has been working for teachers, because I know a lot of teachers sometimes weren't taking professional development as serious as they probably should have. And I'm glad to hear, it's probably Anna and all the work that she does with professional development, but it's nice to hear that teachers are really enjoying the professional development and asking for more. And that's what we want, is we want our teachers to tell us what they need. So.
And I have to say, we've been very fortunate. We had one new hire this year, but the new hires that we've had have all spoken to the quality and the amount of professional development that Triton offers. They can't believe it, coming from other districts, that the opportunities that are given to them to have professional development so that they can better do their job and better service students. They can't. The comparison, they say they've never seen professional development like we have, so it's good to hear.
Yeah, so I think that's all I had here, and I want to thank both of you, and as I always say, it takes a village, and the work that the 3 elementary school teachers the staff and administrators have been doing is wonderful, and I'm always glad to hear when the 3 elementary school principals and vice principals collaborate with each other.
Well, I thought we did until tonight. I'll be having a word, but up till now, we were collaborating really, really well. But thank you.
Yeah. So, Brian, do you have anything to ask? Oh, Ann?
I just did a little research, which, good news all around, I think, is that, so the first year we used Dibble's aid across the district was 2019-2020, which makes me feel better for not knowing the rationale for the change, because I wasn't in this role at that time. And it also speaks to the growth that Catherine shared is real growth, comparing apples to apples to apples.
Thank you.
And it's just wonderful to see the growth. Again, we can look at MCAS, but it's only one snapshot. The growth and the assessments that are done throughout the year is what the real information is and how our students are doing. So thank you. Yeah.
I was going to say thank you, Catherine and Jane.
Thank you.
Yes. We're going to take a 5-minute.
Erin, we're going to take a quick break.
Thank you.
Anyone else get terrified when Erin spoke?
She can walk away.
I literally
wondered why I got quiet.
I know, Erin, you scared all of us.
You scared
Everybody.
the bejesus out of me.
What's the matter?
It's like weird buzzing over here, and I left my kid home.
What's that?
Oh, I was supposed to ask questions about things that I was very involved in some cases. It's a little self-serving. If I'm very involved in it in some cases, like how can I ask questions about?
That's why I said to them.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
yeah.
want to hear.
Right.
In the absence of like, some shit, like, all my questions.
Yeah.
I'm self-serving.
Yeah.
To hear.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So many families that are struggling. So
No, I'm just, I think she took over in a very good place, and it helps. It's easier to maintain than it is to improve.
What's up? You think you'll be out of here by 10:30? I think we're 20 minutes ahead of schedule from last year. I think you started at 2 hours and 15 minutes there.
No. Who's my neighbor? It was brief.
It's a little tough getting here.
Because he was
Oh, I love that. I mean,
oh, don't you?
well, like, you know, how to end you could just be like, oh, that. So, you know, it could go either way. I've seen it work out. I didn't marry as well.
They might be living at the end of my street.
Happily.
Yeah.
You know, some stories just.
Yes, I can't tell you, my sister-in-law used to teach at NES, and we were trick-or-treating, and I had not realized who he was. And the look on her face.
I couldn't figure out what it was.
When
I turned it off.
was so priceless.
I would have died.
Oh, yeah. It was.
Cracking up when I
Yes.
saw it. I'm like, oh, let's be happening with Erin.
And now my son, Liam, dog sits for them.
You know,
Which-
not every story can have a clean beginning. Okay, as long as the ending's happy. Just kidding.
Hopefully, Bob.
Just Aaron. Is it just Aaron? Oh, by the way, is it really?
A comfy chair.
Yeah.
We need to build in, like, bathroom breaks in every meeting.
I agree.
Like,
I said 5 minutes and it's been 8, so I don't know. Everyone's just like hanging out.
Linda is.
but
having
that's
a chat
probably for the
fest.
best because we're gonna head to high-level schools.
In a way.
We're like hitting middle school, high school, and that one's gonna take long.
I know.
Like the others have it?
I feel like high school takes a little longer, don't it?
Maybe. You can find out. I'm sure. I feel like a lot of it depends on how much has already been covered, right? In the past, because they move at different paces toward that, like,
That's true.
end run. It's really interesting. Right.
Oh, that's why all the fidgeting goes on. Yeah? When the pen clicks, it's all gonna pick up. Okay.
Yeah, she's
I want to be home before midnight.
You want me to get Linda's attention?
Do you want to use her gavel against
Should
her?
I just yell, yo, chair?
Yeah.
Use her gavel.
Yo, chair!
She's your chair. She's my boss. She's your chair.
Hey, Linda.
Hey, Linda.
What up? Not that we want you back on task, but you want to get back on task? Thank you.
Long way to go.
I would love to get
Linda,
home
we
before
got things
midnight.
to do. It's been 12.
It's not 5 minutes.
You're right, it's past 5 minutes. Look at Al, look at Al.
Al's waiting patiently.
Al's here. He's ready, his coffee's made it. You're telling me, look at the rest of the school. You are the leader. And the only one alive is that.
We're still missing, hang on.
We're missing the corner. I figured if I bang the gavel,
They'd all come back.
maybe they'll come. If you build it, they will come if I could bang it.
Can you get the other Pauls in line, please?
You're the lead Paul.
You're Paul number 1.
Paul's the first.
I was gonna give it to,
I guess I have to switch over to water for coffee.
but I'm not here tomorrow.
That's a rough day.
Do you want me to refill this with water?
That'd be lovely.
I'll be right back. And then Paul can get me into line.
Oh, wait, is this round 2? Can I go too? No. This is like the classroom. Can I go now too?
In an hour ride home.
No, as soon as Al starts with, I want to go to page 7. May I
Qualify for the 2-hour.
That's what you usually. You're right. We want to give you guys the environment.
Where's Paul 2? You're Paul 3. Where's Paul 2?
Yeah, so I have to go do all the fun. Probably half asleep. Like, are you swearing?
You had one job.
I was saying, I just discovered that if you meet in the middle of a meeting, the door's locked.
Wait, what?
It's a quick visit. Loud.
Like banging on the window trying to get attention from one of the custodians.
Those
No, no, outside.
Oh, you left.
I was gonna take half day, but
I haven't been able to read anything.
Have you already?
I'm not crazy.
I would have just taken that as a sign and gotten in the car and gone.
I love the keys.
Oh, goodness.
Nope, here they come.
He got locked out. Outside?
That's a long run.
Well, but yeah, now I can read things.
Oh, that's nice. Good call.
Fulfilled my vice chair duties.
Thank you. Okay, Al, you are up.
Hang on a second. Marvin's, we good?
That was probably Catherine's last school improvement.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nothing for you.
I don't know if we're clapping that it's your last,
Al just noted
or we're clapping because it's your
that
last.
that's your, will likely be your last in school improvement plan.
So we weren't clapping because it's your last.
All right, thank you for having me. So I'm going to jump right to page 5. I'm going to go over the first 2 goals briefly. It's been more time on 4. Goal 1 is basically about reinstituting world language in 7th grade, which we've done. We've also created a couple of elective classes for 7th grade that are up and running.
Sorry, didn't know I had to do that. Sorry. Oh, there I am. So those are all up and running as well. So if you play your cards right, by the end of 8th grade, you can serenade your family by ukulele and piano by the end of 8th grade. So that's a pretty good thing. Those were not big goals as far as action items go, but they were big goals as far as I'm concerned, both these goals as far as impact, because we had to hire a teacher, and that teacher teaches both French and Spanish, which is not always easy to find, but it's working. So I would call that fully implemented. Goal 2 was about our programming in the building, predominantly for special ed students. We now have a REACH program that goes from elementary through middle into high school. We now have an essential program that goes from middle school to high school. And we have a TLC program that goes from elementary, middle to high school. So there's a lot of continuity there. Those all now have program descriptions and names. Joelle Coleman helped a lot with that process over the last year or so. And there's a criteria to get in, there's a criteria to get out. So we're still working on that. We had a change of social worker in our REACH program this year. She's great. She's hit the ground running. She also works at Pine Grove, so there's some connection between the Pine Grove program and the middle school program, which has been good to see as the kids move up. So those I'm keeping as initial implementation because we still have to work through. This is the first year we really had those descriptions and the referral process and all that for those programs. But I anticipate by the end of the year we'll be able to move those to a fully implemented programs in the school. And I've noted there, the students that are being serviced by those things. I will note that the TLC program presently doesn't have a true TLC student, but we have quite a number of IEPs in the building, so we're utilizing that teacher to take on a smaller caseload. Excuse me, and he's also being trained in Orton Gillingham to help out with some students that need that reading help. So he is not just sitting in a room by himself doing nothing, for sure. And I have had conversations with Patrick about the LIFT program and having the middle school component. Thankfully, we have not had a middle school student over the last couple of years that would need that, but we have had conversations about it, and if that was to be a need, we could pretty quickly, I think, come up with a process where a middle school student might be able to access the LIFT program. So that's the first 2 goals. So goal 3 was put into place last year. It's a ELA goal, and it was had a focus on writing. Our writing scores were not all that great last time around. So this goal was basically about demonstrating a mastery, doing better on questions, especially regarding written language and idea development. We did this against using a state average. We were well below that. Our goal was to have it meet or be above. I'm happy to say that the 7th graders were able, there's 2 questions, 2 essays on the MCAS test, and they were able to exceed the state by 4 points and 1 point this year over last year's MCAS. And the 8th graders were actually able to do the same by 10 points and 11 points. So there was some pretty good improvement in our writing. I will, a small sidebar on that, Last year, our ELA teachers, and first of all, I don't think, obviously, writing is an ELA teacher thing. It's a school thing. And we are trying hard to move writing across the whole curriculum, across the whole, all the content areas. Our ELA teachers had the pleasure of piloting 2 different curriculum last year. So to put their energy into writing, a writing goal was not all that easy, and trying to learn a new curriculum and teach it at the same time and do that twice. So I think any gains we made in writing, I think are a credit to the entire school, not just to any one group of teachers. And I think we all pulled together and did a pretty good job of that. There's a couple things I just wanted to highlight that this became a goal last year because we were so far behind the state averages in a number of questions on MCAS testing. And this year, last year's MCAS, we were able to meet or surpass the state average on 22 of 24 test items in 7th grade, and in 8th grade, it was 25 out of 31. So we kind of flipped the script as far as the state average goes, and I know that's not everything, but that's what we used as a measure, and we were able to meet that goal. Just want to see if there's anything else I wanted to. As far as iReady goes, we had, I think, some pretty good growth. We moved kids, the percentage of kids from, mid or above grade level. Beginning of the year was 29%, end of year was 41%. Early on grade level, 16% at the beginning of the year, moved to 20% by the end of the year. Still too many kids below grade level. We need to do some work on that, and we will. And 8th grade.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
On goal 3, you're basing this goal on the state average. Do we not do data assessments for 7th or 8th grade?
In regards to?
In regards to any of the ELA?
Yeah, we have iReady testing, is that what you're asking?
Right, any testing that, I'm just wondering why you would just base everything on MCAS scores and not with the assessment that you would have.
We were asked to come up with a ELA goal, and when I brought that to the ELA team, they looked at data and they saw that writing was a particular weakness. So they developed a goal around writing. And they used the MCAS score of, where the state average is, and compared to us, which were quite below, to develop that goal, and that was going to be the measure. We didn't do a district writing because of the piloting. We didn't do a district writing prompt this year because of the piloting of the 2 curriculum. It was just too much to take on for those teachers. So we would have had that as a piece of data and probably would have incorporated that into that goal, but we didn't have it. So this is kind of where we settled as a goal, if that makes any.
It makes sense. It's just I don't like basing it on one data point that they take at one time.
Yeah, and we talked about that. We talked about we probably were a little bit too focused down to one thing, and I think going forward, when we have academic goals, whether it be ELA or math, we'll try to make it a little bit more broad and bring more data points into it, because I think it's easier for people to understand where there's growth or not growth and stuff like that. So we have had that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
I think. And just in regards to the action steps, we have now settled on ELA education as a curriculum, so teachers have that. They had continuous professional development last year based on the piloting, and now this year they're going to have all the professional development days to work on the new curriculum. They are going to be they developed a writing rubric, but it was more towards the Amplify pilot, so they need to alter that and tweak it to fit the EL education, so they'll be working on that this year. We have had intervention groups for reading in ELA, mostly for reading, and we use the iReady scores, MCAS scores, whatever we can, to identify those students. As I said, we're trying to increase writing across all content areas. We have our reading specialist working with Orton Gillingham, and she's also pushing into English classes with those students and also doing a lot of coaching of teachers, ELA teachers, especially around the new curriculum. We have asked, and they have done so, for teachers to do peer observations, so our English teachers are watching each other teach, which has been a good thing. I think they even might have went down to 6th grade on a couple of occasions, if I remember correctly. One thing we're going to start doing that we've talked about is data chats more around iReady scores, both in math and English, in reading. So those are just, I wanted to touch on some of the data, the action steps that we have in place and will continue to have in place this year. So in regards to moving on to goal 4, which I'm talking about page 8. So this goal was about statistics and probability specifically. Again, we gave we asked the math teachers to sit down and look at all the MCAS scores, look at iReady scores, and say, where would we need to focus our energies to bring these scores up? And across all the testing, they saw that statistics and probability were a weakness. So they focused in on that, and they set a goal that they would be, any questions regarding statistics and probability would go up at least 2 points above the state percentage. You have to remember that last year our scores were quite a bit below in most of the questions. If you look at item analysis, we're very much below the state average. So I think that's why we focused on the state average as a measuring plot. And so, and then the other part of that goal was that our students would demonstrate a 25% increase in testing grade level in iReady. The measurement in data is statistics and probability. They're kind of the same thing. iReady vets it out as measurement in data. So on the scores on MCAS for 7th grade, there were 8 statistics and probability questions. We exceeded the state by 8 points on those questions. And we also, I want to jump over to iReady. And on iReady, we were able to increase student testing from 45% at the beginning of the year to 64% at the end of the year, and these are kids on grade level, so that's a 42% increase. So we definitely hit the 25% there. In 8th grade, it's a little more mixed. There are less questions this year. For whatever reason, there were less questions on statistics and probability on MCAS, but we did go 6 points higher than the state, meeting that goal of 2 points. However, on the iReady, we only had students go from 53% at the beginning of the year on grade level to 62%, which is only a 17% increase. So we were a little short of the 25% there. Looking at the MCAS scores, I think I'm encouraged that in mathematics especially, I'm encouraged by our growth percentiles. I think they're on the uptick. And you know, the 53% in 8th grade and the 61% in 7th grade. So I think what our focus on statistics and probability and some of the things that we did, I think also pulled in just better Tier 1 instruction in general. Our math teachers met consistently last year. I will go through some of the actions that we've taken and will continue to take. And they were able to do things like group instruction. If you walk around now in the middle school and math classes, kids are all sitting in groups. We're doing things like getting up, and kids are using, we have I've had more demand for whiteboards in classrooms this year than I've ever had. Everybody wants me to hang up whiteboards, and kids are getting up and working out problems. We had kids writing problems on windows using dry erase markers. So kids are getting up, they're moving around, they're learning from each other, and I think just focusing on those kinds of things helped our math scores in general, and certainly brought up the statistics and probability. We've been having our math group. They have a math group every month. They have a content meeting that we fit into the schedule, and on top of that, once every in the 6-day cycle, they have at least grade level content time with their grade level partner. We've put into place a slower paced math classes that are co-taught by special ed teachers and the math teacher. These are kids that would normally have been in years past, like C-grid math kids who would be pulled out by a special educator, but they're now in front of a math teacher and a special educator, and in some cases even our math specialist is in those classes. We have put together flex intervention classes. We have a 43-minute flex every day, and using data to identify students, and these are not students that aren't necessarily on any kind of plan, but they might be just below grade level, and we're trying to get them over the hump. And we're identifying those and putting those flex interventions together. As far as statistics and probability went, our math specialist this past year did Sunday night videos, sent them out to all the students in the school, and they had all week to work on problems just about stats and probability. And we had one team in 7th grade that 100% of the kids finished those things every week. That was great. The other teams also had, I think one team had 85% of the kids did it. 8th grade's a little tougher because 8th graders have, they don't have as much flex time as the 7th graders because they have some electives they go to. But there was a lot of kids getting involved with that and doing those, and I think that showed in our scores as well. And they also just moved that whole concept up in the curriculum, so they taught it not so much towards the end of the year, so they could spend a little more time on it. And they also obviously have been including MCAS questions on their assessments that they make and in their warm-ups before class. So you put that all together, and like I said, I'm encouraged by the direction of our scores. All that stuff that I just talked about, we're going to use going forward, and I think it's a good model that if, say, next year it's not stats and probability, maybe it's a different concept or a more general concept, that model can be used to have kids working on that concept. We can do those Sunday night lessons on geometries, for instance, or whatever it may be, and we can mix and match and do different things. And we've seen that the kids are engaged with that, so that's something we want to keep doing. So we have a lot of data to pour through and look at. We need to figure out why, there are a lot of kids that are not showing any growth, especially in the iReady scores. I need to look at growth percentiles in general with the MCAS scores. And give those to the people who can look at that data and figure out where we need to go next. But I guess overall, I'm pretty encouraged about the leap we've made, and I hope that we continue to do that. So that was my brief overview. So,
does anybody have any questions for Mr. McCray?
Can I say one thing? So just out on the actions for the coming years? For the actions for the coming year, are there any that you wanted to point out?
Yeah, I think I talked about it, but we're going to start doing those data chats around iReady scores. That's something we've talked about for a while. It's finding the time to do it and the people to do it, but I think I've been talking to our reading and math specialist about that, and they think they have a plan. So that's one big thing that we'll be implementing going forward. I know it's a 3-year plan, but we've had 1 year on these 2 goals. So, next year, I think we'll continue to have an ELA goal. We'll continue to have a math goal. It's going to be tweaked, the focus of it, I'm sure. But I think we'll have something similar to this. So I think all these action plans will work, given whatever concept we need to look at.
Thank you.
So I just want to backtrack to goal 1 for the world language. That was great to see it come back.
Yep.
And I know that it's mentioned that it's fully implemented, but how much demand was there? Because I got the impression there was a wait list when we got that notice, and a lot of people wanted to do it because it had come back.
So because the teacher that teaches that also has to teach 2 sections of French in 8th grade, she only has 3 sections that she's available. And the first year we had a lot of students, our enrollment was a little higher, and a lot more kids wanted it. So we tried to fit as many as we could. We tried to keep class sizes manageable. I think a couple pushed, 26, 27 kids. In 7th grade, that's a lot. This year, we have a little bit less, we have fewer kids, so it wasn't, and I don't believe, I'll have to double check this, but I don't believe anybody who wanted world language was told they couldn't have it. I think we fit everybody this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That was what I was trying to get to. Was there a significant number of students that couldn't take it? But it doesn't sound like that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, if we had a jump in enrollment, it would be an issue.
Okay.
We'd have to do a lottery, more of a lottery, yeah.
On goal 4, you mentioned that, and I might have misheard you, so please correct me. You mentioned that focusing on statistics and probability allowed to see better tier 1 instruction among your teachers. So I was just wondering if there's a reason why we can't broaden that to cover more area and make jumps in multiple areas of both iReady and MCAS. Like, it seemed to have worked.
Yeah, I agree. And I think my point was, I think the focus on instruction, and although it happened to be statistics and probability, I just think the discussions and the approach to instruction that the teachers took, I think had a broader impact on scores across the board. It wasn't just statistics and probability. We did better. I mean, I'm not going to say we had no place to go but up, but we did a lot better with our math, and I think part of it was just the being able to get those people in a room together and talk and look at data and figure out what it's going to take to move up statistics and probability, but I think it dragged along some other things as well, just better instruction, especially in tier 1.
Does anybody else? Go ahead, Paul.
So this is not an Al question, it's a Dr. Bates question. On these iReady assessment graphs, like on page 9 of Al's report, can you explain to me what mid or above grade level is and what early on grade level is? Whatever happened with met grade level and exceeded grade level?
So iReady it uses different achievement levels than MCAS does. So when we started using iReady, there were 3 different levels. It was at or above, 1 grade level below, or 2 or more grade levels below. We can also still see that on iReady, but now they also have this 5 level to just provide even more detail. You can toggle back and forth between them, but it would show you. What I like about these additional levels is, let's say you have a 7th grader who, on the beginning of the year assessment, tests at end of 6th grade level, that's exactly where they should be, because they've received no instruction in 7th grade. So previously, they would have showed up as 1 grade level below, and you have no idea where in that grade level they are, and now you have a little bit more information about it. So it's just more detail.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
So first, thank you for this. It's, I would say, encouraging to see the plan put in place and the strategy carried out and the outcomes that you're getting. I think I share very much your concerns about those students who aren't moving at all. That's a significant population. And I'm hoping that whatever we see, I mean, I'm sure you're implementing things this year, but definitely in future improvement plans, seeing something around that population specifically. My one and only question actually goes back to Goal 1 and how music functions at the 7th grade level right now, because I guess has not become a required, has it moved from being a required?
Correct. Not every student would have music in it 7th grade now.
Okay.
Yeah. Because our music teacher also teaches band, so that's one of his classes.
Yeah.
So I would have liked to have a 7th grade music class and then an elective that was ukulele, but I don't have enough because he's got 8th grade classes as well. So it's, yeah.
Okay. I guess my concern is just trying to align with the district strategy, which is placing a focus on performing arts. And the move was to put it back into the elementary day this year, but it seems like it's actually moving away from including it in 7th grade.
So I'd say wow, sorry.
Yeah, I know, they're really loud.
They're loud. I'm going to whisper. So the goal this year, or the action this year, is an assessment, right? So that's certainly something, I don't see Mr. McCray disagreeing with you, right? So that's an assessment we have to say, if we're bolstering it in the elementary, free 4th grade band, right? We now have chorus in 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's great, but then we're going to have to make some changes. I don't think Mr. McCray would balk at the idea of more staffing, more opportunities to provide a greater expanse for kids.
Oh, yeah.
Fair statement? So, yeah, so that's going to be something we have to address, but the first question is the assessment.
Okay, thank you. And can you just describe whether what's going on in 8th grade is similar to what it was before, where it was a quarterly, or if it's something
Correct.
different?
8th grade is pretty much the same as it's always been.
Okay.
They cycle through those specialist classes by quarter.
Yeah.
And we've also added in some electives. We have art studio, we have robotics, strength and conditioning, which is pretty popular, yeah, so.
Okay.
And those kids take during flex. We try to have every 8th grader take at least one throughout the year, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions?
Apparently I'm on cue to say, thank you, Mr. McCray. Appreciate your time.
I didn't know if you had to ask him about anything.
Thank you all.
Was there a question I was supposed to ask? I asked him that. See? Thanks. And last but not least,
Good evening, everyone. I want to just start by introducing my school council co-chair, Erica Champagne, who's been really wonderful. And as we get into some of the data analysis tonight, she's really helped push me and show me what I need to be looking at and which stones to uncover. So hopefully that comes through in our presentation this evening. So thank you for being here with me.
No problem.
So I want to start in a little bit different way than what we saw from some of the other schools. I want to start with just going through the data, and then we'll do a review of some of our accomplishments from last year, and then finish up with some of the changes in terms of our action steps and priority actions for the coming 23-24 school year. So just to start out, we'll start out with our MCAS data. And there were some really positive trends that we saw in terms of differences in data from the 22 school year to the 23 school year, really specifically in our math data. So we saw real growth from our students, and that was an area of focus that had been identified. We've been working with with a team of math educators across the district, and then also kind of focusing on our high school action steps and benchmarks that we'll review later on this evening. But we saw a really significant increase. So going from 47% of our students meeting or exceeding expectations to 55% of our students meeting or exceeding expectations in math was huge. And one of the other pieces that came out in our accountability data was that in 10th grade math, all target areas, all of our growth target areas, we exceeded what the expected growth was. So that's a really huge accomplishment. So in terms of where the state thought would be, good growth, we surpassed that across the board in math. And again, that's for all of our subgroups and target areas. In terms of our ELA data, I think one of the things to note, so looking at the data that's included there, our meeting or exceeding expectations group decreased from what had been 60% last year to 57% this year. And one of the things I want to kind of make note of as you look at that score is that the students' average scaled score actually went up by a half a point. And so to me, what that's saying is that our students that we had more students that were exceeding expectations, and our students that were exceeding expectations or our students that were in the meeting expectations category were scoring a little bit higher on average than the students had the previous year. And so we still made moderate growth for grade 10 English in our accountability data. We made what is considered moderate growth. We didn't exceed expectations, but we were still in a positive growth area. I also want to kind of call out the fact that we met our growth target for students who qualified as high needs status in English, and also exceeded our expected growth for students of low income status in grade 10 English. So both of those are groups that we're specifically looking at and trying to make sure that we're providing appropriate supports for. And so I saw those both as being really positive. One of the areas that I think we want to look further at this year with our grade 10 English is our students who qualify with disabilities. When you look at the high needs population, it's a mix of different need factors, one of which is students with disabilities, and that's the group that scored a little bit lower on the grade 10 English this past year. And so that's an area that's going to be a focus going forward. Our science scores, our grade 9 science scores, decreased slightly, or by 1 point. So we had students that went down 1 point in terms of what their average scaled score was from the 2022 year to the 2023 year. That's something that we'll be looking further at and wanting to kind of uncover what, if anything, was a change and what, if anything, we can do to shift or make adjustments. One of the points that Erin brought up earlier in the night was around the intersection between student assessment scores and chronic absenteeism. That's something that's been a focus of mine, and when the data initially started coming out over the summer, that's how I spent a week of my summer, was going through and tracking some of that absentee data. So I can tell you that for our ELA scores, there was a 17-point difference between students who were chronically absent and students who were not chronically absent. So a difference between scores of 489 and 508. For our math scores, again, it was a 17-point difference, a difference between a score of 492 and 509. And in our science, we were 16-point difference, so a difference between 488 and 504. So we're seeing a pretty substantial gap between those groups, and with a decent sample size. So we had 40 students who were sophomores last year that qualified as chronically absent. Of our freshman class who took science, there were 38. So you're looking at sizable cohorts there. And the impact of that chronically absent data, I think, is seen throughout our assessment scores. I think our assessment scores look drastically different both as a school and likely as a district if we're fully addressing chronic absenteeism and student attendance. As a second point of data that I wanted to review, and I'm kind of doing the data in reverse order from how it appears in your school improvement plan packets, looking at our local attendance data, our school attendance rate last year was 91.3%. Okay, and initially when you hear something that's in the 90s, you're like, oh, that sounds okay. But if you have an attendance rate of 91.3%, that means you're averaging 15, 16 days out of the building per student. That's far too many. We had over a quarter of our students that were listed as chronically absent. And when we look at this data, not just across MCAS, but also how our students fared in their academic courses, there were 174 classes that were failed amongst 71 students. So when we look at our year-end grades, we had 174 year-end grades that were failing grades across 71 students. And of those 174 year-end failing grades, 134 of them were from students that were classified as chronically absent. And another 35 of those year-end grades of Fs came from students that missed between 5 and 17 days. So for me, the data is kind of screaming at us that if we get kids here and present in school, not just on a one-year basis, but on a year-over-year basis, we're going to have significantly different outcomes. And looking at our scores, we had five scores or year-end scores of F from students that were here less than 5 days, or here for all but 4 days or less. So I think that's quite a telling picture. When we look at school attendance, it's why you've already seen messaging come out for me about the importance of school attendance and why it will be a continued focus of the high school in the coming year, because that, I think, is one of the most significant levers we can pull on to create change and create academic change within our school. We need our students in front of our teachers as much as possible, and anything that is kind of coming in the way of that or that's a barrier to that is drastically impacting learning outcomes. I'm going to take a breath and see if Erica wants to just introduce the vocal data and kind of explain what the vocal data is.
Sure. Hi, I'm Erica Champagne. I'm the co-chair of the Triton High School School Council. I joined about last year, a year ago, due to a change in my work schedule, which used to send me from Salisbury Beach to Malden 5 days a week, and now I get to actually have a hybrid schedule, which allows me to do some community-based or things and actually be involved in my kids' school, which is great. So I also have a student in SES, and I'm going to be joining that school council this year as well. So I'm excited to be a bridge between the two. But as Patrick said, part of what I helped bring, I think, to the school council this year was trying to look at some different sets of data beyond just the district assessments or what's happening in the school or MCAS, but being able to start talking about what do students think about their experience here at Triton High School. And so the state has a vocal data. It's a survey that is for students to get their take on their culture and climate in their school. It is administered as part of MCAS, and it's voluntary at the district, school, and student level. But I know that I noticed as a parent who knows a lot about some of our state data that there was a really strong response rate at Triton High School. And so I said, like, hey, can we dig into that? Because I think like 90-something% of students actually took it. And that's a great sample size and a rich set of data about how the students that were in 10th grade the year before really feel about this school. And so a lot of the vocal questions have been embedded and enhanced by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to really get at what are students experiencing in instruction in the classroom, not just about how they feel in general in school. And so there really is a lot of new rich data that schools can mine from that survey. And so as part of the council work, we spent several meetings digging into the vocal data and thinking about ways we could embed some of the goals for the high school's work, using that as a measure of progress, and then also thinking about what strategies the school could implement as a result of that data.
So some of the areas that really stood out to us that we decided we want to focus on as a school council. So we looked in terms of the whole school population. One of the prompts in at least 2 of my academic classes, I can work on assignments that interest me personally, where our students responded at a 60% rate. The state was at a 67% rate. That's something that we saw as a big enough gap that was something that we were really interested in. And then the things I'm learning in school are relevant or important to me. The number is relatively close to the state, a little below the state average, but we kept coming back to this issue of that we've talked about a lot over the years, student agency, and wanting our students to feel like they are connected to the work that they're doing in their school. And we know that for a lot of high schoolers, they're going to say, no, I'm not interested in that. I want to do whatever else. But we want to increase that number so that students see the relevance and impact of what we're doing in the high school setting and how it's going to impact their life beyond. When we looked at various demographic groups, 2 of the demographic groups that we kind of spent the most time focused on as a council were our students of low-income status and our students with disability. And some of this work really dovetailed with the work that we were doing as a district around equity and belonging. And so for our students of low-income status, in response to the statement, I feel as though I belong in my school community, 67% responded that they felt like they belonged versus 93% of students who were not of low-income status. I think that kind of speaks for itself. I feel welcome to participate in extracurricular activities offered through school, 78% versus 94% of students not of low-income status. And within the school, I'm encouraged to take upper-level classes, 53% versus 82% of students who are not of low-income status. So each of those, to us, spoke to having a sense of belonging at the high school and wanting that to be something that, as we talked about equity, inclusion, belonging, that those were things that we wanted to make sure got infused in, that we're not just targeting creating a greater sense of belonging for our whole school, which is always a lofty goal, but that we recognize and notice that we have a specific demographic group of our students of low-income status who are telling us that they don't feel like they belong as much as our other students. For our students with disabilities, in my academic classes, I'm asked to apply what I know to new types of complex tasks or problems. 63% versus 74% of students who do not have disabilities. Within school, I'm encouraged to take upper-level courses, 46% versus 78% for students who do not have disabilities. And the things that I'm learning in school are relevant or important to me, 38% versus 49% for students without disabilities. So looking at that cohort of students and thinking about both, how do we ensure that the academic courses that they're taking are fully challenging them? How do we ensure that the academic courses that they're taking are pushing them to be independent learners? How do we ensure that the academic courses that they're taking are connected and relevant to what they have as interests and what they want to do beyond high school? So those were all things that came out of the data sets that we were looking at this year that we found really pertinent. So that's the start on the data review. And now I want to take a couple of moments just to speak about some of the accomplishments that we had this year in relation to our goals, and I'll go through kind of each of the goals. So in goal 1, there'll be more consistency in our curriculum delivery of instruction and grading with respect to course and level. There was a significant focus within our world language department to move forward with a shift to a proficiency-based model. They completed several rounds of professional development and have really shifted over both their instructional practices, their grading and assessment practices, and they've kind of linked this up as well with the STAMP testing, which as a committee you've graciously supported and helped fund, but that provides us with some really wonderful information just in terms of where our students are in terms of their proficiency level and their ability. It's also what has allowed for us to have students graduate with, why am I blanking on the seal of biliteracy? Thank you. I was blanking on my words there for a second. For our English department really focused on building out their curriculum around the UBD model and pushing forward with revamping all of their essential questions. They've centered their instructional practices around having these essential questions and are moving forward with building out varied text sets this coming year. So one, the canon of literature that they're utilizing is more varied and inclusive. Two, it allows for more different types of text that our students are being exposed to, and just provides them with, I think, a more rich experience. The third kind of major point that I want to just touch on in terms of some of the consistency of curriculum that I think came through quickly in our data was some of the things that we did in our math department. So like SES, Anna really helped pair us up with Susan Resnick, who came in and did some professional development and also coaching both for our teachers in how to work through some of the lesson development and link it to real world problems and examples, and then also provided us as leaders with support for best practices and look-fors that we want to be finding in math classrooms every time we go in. And we kind of paired that with the Building Thinking Classrooms in math text that we've been using excerpts with the department. One of the other things that the math department really focused in on was setting up quarterly exams that they could then be doing independent data analysis on, so that they were kind of tracking some of that as they went along. And at the same time, we also had teachers in our Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 classes that were piloting Delta Math and EDIA to make a determination. Both Delta Math and EDIA provide teachers with feedback kind of as they go along, as opposed to it being at a set testing standpoint in terms of where students are at on various curricular standards. So it helps score a set, like you could put in like a problem set for homework, and students would have their work scored, and it would also provide a report and data for the teacher to be able to see where students were being tripped up in terms of the curricular standards. So that was something that really helped us to kind of push students forward in math. In terms of the second goal, so Triton High School will ensure that instructional strategies, procedures, and supports are in place to improve student learning. and well-being in an effort to address the social and emotional health of all students. One of the major, I think, achievements that we had this past year was implementing the mental health curriculum for all of our freshmen as part of their guidance seminar. That health curriculum came through the Mental Health Collaborative. We also focused last year on developing a partnership with the YMCA, based out of Ipswich, but we were sending students to Camp Cedar Mill in Raleigh. So we ran a freshman orientation there last year. We actually, last Friday, just ran our freshman orientation there again this year. And then we also had a cohort of students from our REACH program who did a 10-week experience at Camp Cedar Mill to help them build community. They were able to receive some physical education credit and at the same time go through kind of a challenge by choice program that was facilitated by YMCA instructors and clinicians. So the YMCA was able to provide clinicians on site to help work through some of the various social emotional issues that students might be dealing with. So it was kind of a nice blend of community building for our REACH program and also kind of ongoing counseling. During last school year, we worked specifically on doing some data analysis that we've just talked through to look at areas of need. We focused specifically coming out on attendance data, on data for students of low income status, and then looking as well at students with disabilities. And so those were some of the data sets that we spent a lot of time delving into and kind of providing us with a roadmap for where we're going to head this year. And then lastly, with school council, we spent a lot of time focused in on the vocal data from DESE, and that's something that we actually used with our faculty in multiple different settings as well. In Goal 3, Triton High School will promote student engagement and opportunities for students to be part of their broader community. One of the major sources of movement in this goal came from the new career readiness counselor. We were able to increase the number of job fairs. We were able to provide career days for students to learn more about potential fields of employment. We were able to begin the MyCap process, where students are able to establish individual student plans while looking at kind of various skills and where those skills are taught across the curriculum within the school. And so we were able to really provide students with far more opportunities there. One of the things that comes up in Goal 4, but that I can kind of touch on, actually it's in Goal 3, that I can touch on as well, is just the second round and increase in student participation in our internship program. And that's something that I think we're taking great pride in because it is another way for us both to engage with our community, but also for students to understand the real world connections of what we were doing and prepare them for life beyond high school. One of the other major accomplishments that I am so incredibly proud of as a high school, because I think it speaks to some of these conversations of equity and inclusion, is the fact that at the end of last school year, we were recognized as a unified champion school by the Special Olympics of Massachusetts. So what that means is that you have 3 or more programs within your school that partner your students with more significant disabilities with more typical peers from within the school. So we were able to start a unified basketball program last fall. We've had our Partners in Physical Education class that has been ongoing. We started a Best Buddies chapter last year as well, after the unified basketball team had so much success and so much interest on the part of our student body. And then coming out of that success, we were able to also start a Partners in Theater class for this year. So we now have kind of 4 distinct programs that kind of fit that criteria, but it's a really wonderful distinction, and one that I'm really proud of, that as a school we've established a community that wants to make sure that all of our students are included and for those of you that were able to come and see that first unified game last year where we had probably 500 or 600 people in the stands cheering, it was really amazing. Our first game's coming up in 2 weeks, so if anyone wants to sneak out to that, it's just a really kind of awesome opportunity to see our students in a really positive light. Our fourth goal, Triton High School will pursue and implement programs that will facilitate academic growth and development for all students. Just a couple of the things that I wanted to make note of. The science department is working on their environmental science pathway that is starting its first pilot year. We've got a small group of students that we're trying to grow with, but this year we've added an environmental chemistry class and a sustainability class. So kind of really interesting offerings, and our hope is that we're able to build a cohort of students that see this environmental science pathway as a way to get a unique distinction and certificate and way to hopefully long-term differentiate Triton High School from a lot of the other area public high schools. This year, we're also adding AP Psychology, so it's the first time that we'll have that class running, but it's another way in which we're kind of able to offer a wider variety of advanced course offerings that are accessible to more students. AP Psychology is seen as a class that is an accessible class. It's a college level class, it's a challenging class, but it's also one that schools look to try to engage more learners in upper level classes. And so that's one that I'm really excited that we're able to run. And then lastly, towards this goal, in terms of successes that I'm excited to share out, last year we were able to reestablish our instructional support team. So you hear a lot from the elementary schools about some of their instructional support teams, and ours had kind of been combined with our student support team years ago, and the student support team looks more at some of the social emotional issues and services that might be needed outside of the classroom, and we were able to kind of extricate the instructional support team from that, so that we have two distinct groups running, one that's focused more on outside supports and one that's focused on what are the specific learning needs that are inside the classroom for students who have yet to be identified as having any specific learning disability. So those were successes from last year. And now to move to things that are in the plan of note in our priority actions, just to share out. In one, you are 1G. Good, I just wanted to make sure I had the right ones. So in our first goal, in 1A, one of the things that we added at the end was there will be a specific focus on students qualifying as low-income status following a review of the 22-23 school data. So in terms of looking at our curriculum and supports that are provided, just wanting to make sure that our curriculum is meeting the needs of all learners, and specifically kind of looking at groups that that we think might not have been getting as fully what they needed. Similarly, in 1C, when looking at departments having consistent grading practices, also considering how those grading practices might be impacting our students of low-income status. I could say probably something similar potentially for students with disabilities, but looking at how our assessment and grading practices impact all students, not just the mean. For 1D, as we've had the piece about vision of a graduate there for the last couple of years, and then thinking about how we can integrate targeting transferable skills and teachers targeting transferable skills in complex tasks into their instructional practices. With math, we've talked a lot about making sure that we have real-world examples kind of embedded throughout our curriculum, that's not something that's the dessert at the end, but rather it's the hook that gets students engaged in why do they need to know this from the start. 1G.
So in direct response to some of the vocal data, 1G was to address basically the data point says that within school I'm encouraged to take upper level classes. 53% versus 82% of students of low income status said that they were encouraged to take those classes. And so this was added in as a specific strategy to increase the course taking for students with disabilities and low income students in the honors and AP classes.
And then 1H is a new priority action. That's something that hadn't been there previously. And 1H is something that I had spent some time talking with Anna about, wanting to make sure that we had referenced in our school improvement plan information about the implementation of the district-wide math plan, and wanting to make sure that that's something that we have as a focal point. As part of it, one of the outcomes that we're looking for in this current school year is making sure that we're starting to identify a unified curriculum, really 7 through Algebra 2. And for me, it's a specific focus on Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and geometry. There's been gaps and overlap in the curriculum alignment, and so wanting to make sure that we have consistent resources, approaches, and methods so that a student going from Algebra 1, whether it was at the middle school or at the high school, has had a common experience and has had similar resources and instruction. In our second goal, you want to take 2C?
I was 3.
Oh, you're 3. Okay. In our second goal, for 2C, one of the things I wanted to just address, and I see a typo in terms of having 2Cs there, so that's one that I've already pulled out. But teachers will analyze the 40 assets data as well as the vocal data to look for trends and create a collective plan of action. Part of that, too, ties in with some of the bullying and harassment data. Students feeling there was discrepancies between, males and females in terms of some of the bullying and harassment data, and also based on sexual orientation as well. So wanting to make sure that we're addressing some of those things, both with 40 assets and vocal data, to kind of combine, look at where our students are, and creating a collective path forward. In 2D, one of the pieces that I wanted to kind of add in, and we had information there about kind of the positive behavior system, and that, to me, it really ties in with the new state discipline laws. So last November, kind of snuck in the dead of night when no one was watching, the state legislature changed the school discipline laws and made it much more challenging for school districts to suspend. And some of the steps that schools now have to take before moving towards suspension, one of the options is collaborative problem solving. And so you have to try alternative measures before you move directly to suspension, unless you have a kind of significant reason for why not. One of the other things that I want to just point out, that's another positive intervention that we're piloting this year and trying this year, that Shannon really helped us kind of get off the ground, is the establishment of the PASS program and our partnership with the PASS program. So the PASS program is based out of Beverly, and a number of schools on the North Shore are member districts for the PASS program, and it's an alternative to suspension that you can utilize, where they focus on providing some therapeutic supports, some academic supports, and they really try to kind of talk through with students some of what they're going through and some strategies for successful reintegration and for better choices going forward. For families, it means that students don't end up with a suspension on their record. Sometimes we can use the PASS program for things that aren't discipline related. It could be a step before a student might require a hospitalization for mental health reasons. But more often than not, it's used as an alternative to suspension. And it, even in our first couple of weeks, I think we've had 2 students that have gone and they've had really positive experience. They felt like they were able to get something out of it and come back kind of ready to reintegrate into the school setting. And so we're really excited for the partnership. We're excited at the information that they provide us because they also send kind of like a discharge summary of what they were working on and where they see the student needing additional supports. And so even in kind of short spurts, it's something that's really helpful. And then the last thing I wanted to point out in our second goal was just around 2F and the continued implementation of our mental health curriculum for our 9th grade students. That's something that we'll be continuing in our 9th grade seminars. And ideally, we'd be able to work with Matt Jackling, who's new this year, to be able to expand that in coming years beyond just our 9th graders and have it move up with our 10th graders and so on, because it's really the last quarter of the school year. So it becomes their 4th full semester of guidance seminar. You want to take these?
Yeah. Do you mind if I do 3?
Nope, you go in order. You go do what you want.
Okay, I'll do A and D together, sort of student engagement focus. Again, some of the vocal data really stood out to us, and then I think the students on the school council provided a lot more context and insight that I think I'm really proud that the school sort of took the initiative to be like, okay, we need to pay more attention to this and listen to what they're saying, and through whether it's the data or just the students that were in the room. There's data that show there are some groups of students that do not feel like they're in a place where they want to participate in extracurricular activities, whether they feel like they belong there or not. And so 3A was added to really enhance the participation in those extracurriculars, and specifically the arts. As a proud theater mom, I definitely can see that as a great way for all kids to be engaged. It's an awesome program, and I hope you all are at Frozen in November. Putting a plug in. The shameless plug to come see my kid. It'll be awesome, I promise. But no, the kids do a great job, and that's an awesome program. And there's a lot of extracurriculars at the school that are offered, but there's a lot of conversation the students gave us around just access to those. There's lots of reasons the kids can't stay after school, and so transportation being one of those, but also just trying to get more creative in strategies to make sure that every opportunity is made to keep kids here to be able to participate if they want. And then 3D is about, again, just getting more to the student connectedness and engagement. And we had a lot of conversation, I think, about sort of connectedness across having students feel connected to their own community, so not just the Triton community, but to their hometown, and being able to have opportunities and more opportunities for them to go back and give back to, to their elementary schools or back to the middle school, and having to build more programs and pathways for them to be able to do that.
And I was initially going to talk about some of our career and technical training opportunities, but I think I'm going to stop just because we spoke about that previously with some of the increased participation in internship and the alumni who have been coming back for our career service opportunities. So in our fourth goal, so Triton High School will pursue and implement programs that will facilitate academic growth and development for all students. So one of the major ones was reestablishing the instructional support team, and for this year, we're really looking at trying to build out our frequency of use on the part of our teachers to make sure that we always have multiple students that are kind of in the queue and ready to go. That's one where you really focus on one, sometimes two students in a meeting, and so you want to make sure that you've always got students ready to be discussed and ready to be supported. And then lastly, one of the other areas that was added in, and I'll explain why it was added in, is around the high school collaborating with central office to submit the statement of interest for the MSBA. So every year I have to submit my school improvement plan and an update to NEASC as our accrediting agency. And one of the things that they commented back was that we didn't have anything in our school improvement plan about the building project that's a priority action area for our NEASC plan. And so it's something that they said needs to be included in your school improvement plan. So it is now included in the school improvement plan as a kind of means to make sure that we continue our accreditation status. You'll also see at the very end of the document, there's the kind of crosswalk for NEASC to make it really clear and evident where everything is found. So all of the priority areas for NEASC and where they appear in the school improvement plan. So that's not something that necessarily anybody else would be super interested in, but if you want to see how our school improvement plan also aligns with our NEASC accreditation and our priority areas for NEASC, that's all linked there in the crosswalk. And that's our update on our school improvement plan from where we were last year and where we are headed this year.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Kelly?
Related to adding AP courses that have easier access points, has your math department added or looking at adding AP pre-calculus, which I know is new this year?
We weren't ready to do it this year. It's something that we'll likely be looking at. I've heard from the AP community mixed things about AP pre-calculus, and so there's a piece of me that has some hesitation, but I also think it provides an opportunity because we have students that, based on what their entry point is when they come in mathematically in high school, don't have the ability to get to calculus. Because unless they start doubling up in math classes, they have the ability. But otherwise, they don't necessarily have the ability to get to AP Calculus based on the number of classes that they need. So it would provide a kind of endpoint at the AP level for students that start in Algebra 1 as opposed to students who start in geometry without having to double up. So there's some benefit to it. I've heard mixed things so far.
And then the second question I had, and maybe it's not a question, more of an opportunity for you to jump off of what I say, but you have that vocal data where there's a gap in working on things that are important to me, and then in your priority action areas, you have working on transferable skills. And transferable skills within a particular course are often things that you work on throughout the year. Reading and interpreting graphs is a transferable skill that you work on in your math and science classes. And you might take a test in a math or science class and have a problem where you're trying to interpret a graph, but what you're actually being graded on is the particular content for the unit. But then the next test, you have another problem or another situation where you're working on a graph, but it's a new unit. And those strands kind of flow through the courses where you might have 4 or 5 things that you're working on all year, but they're not unit topics. Mm-hmm. And so you're never sort of assessed on how well you're doing with this, but those are also the skills that students can take from a math class and apply no matter what their interests are in the future. And so it becomes, you're saying, I'm assessing you on this transferable skill and how you're doing on this transferable skill in November compared to September, and how you're doing in December compared to I think it becomes easier to have conversations with students, especially at the upper 11th, 12th grade level, about where are you going and what can you take from this class and what do you need to work on these particular areas of focus. So
Yeah, I mean, that's the proficiency model we've talked about, I think, at different points in time. And there's, it's important when you're doing your curriculum mapping to make sure that you know, both as the instructor and for the students, where those trend lines are. It's also something that we've started discussions about with our Vision of a Graduate and how we measure those areas in the, it's probably almost a decade ago, more than that at this point, at least. In the prior NIAS standards, when they had, I'm sure you remember the like school-wide rubrics, and you were figuring out tracking mechanisms and for how to look at some of these transferable skills, and that was really the precursor to the Vision of a Graduate. But we've started talking about, like, once we get this to a point where, we're sharing it out and it's like K-12 and beyond vision, or a pre-K-12 and beyond vision, what are the ways in which we show growth and learning that aren't just with a letter grade, and where those transferable skills lie in 8th grade, where do they lie in 9th grade, where do they lie in 12th grade, as you can show that progression and growth.
Does anybody else have anything else?
First, I think we all really appreciate that you're stepping up and taking the responsibility over for the building project. That's great. Anything that comes off our plates. No, I thought it was worth adding to what you said. You talked about the Unified Champions programs and how that allows all students to have an opportunity to participate. But I think it's just worth noting that it's also really valuable for everyone else to see that happening, to have those opportunities to interact where they wouldn't have in the past. And I think that's something that's going to be really valuable for Triton graduates as they go forward. So I was glad that was in there.
Thank you.
So Patrick, I have to tell you, I've scrolled through this thing 4 times because I was so convinced that I must have missed it. You opened with attendance, and one of the things it says in your narrative is that the focus is going to be on reducing chronic attendance, but I can't find an action item. Is there an action item in here?
There's not action items in the plan. That's something that is a focal point. So like my goals for the year are based around attendance. We didn't have, that wasn't something that as a school council we set or included in the plan based on where the plan was. It will certainly be something that will be part of the next plan, but I think it characterizes, I thought it was important to include that data and to include it in the narrative because it provides really important context for some of the academic work and where we're at with that academic work, and what I believe is the barrier to some of that academic work. And so you're right, there's not specific action items around that in the plan, and that wasn't where we got to as a school council, but it, especially as we started looking at some of the MCAS data when it came out in the summer, was a glaring area of need. Right, when there's a 17-point gap between scores of chronically absent versus not chronically absent, you can't ignore that.
Yeah, for sure.
Can I just add one thing to that?
Yeah.
Part of the conversation was Mr. Kelly bringing some of the chronic absenteeism data to us, and there was not necessarily the updated scores. We were still dealing with chronic absenteeism rates from the pandemic, post-pandemic year, which were astronomical statewide. So I think a lot of the data that we were seeing in Vocal, sort of we would say oh, and then that sort of relates to the chronic absenteeism data. We would see low-income students' performance on MCAS data, and we'd be like, oh, look, and this student group is very different from other student groups in the school. And so some of the strategies, especially around student engagement, are 100% tied towards increasing, attendance. And so if you get the kids hooked on being here, then you're going to actually see your attendance rates go up and your chronic absenteeism go down. So while it's not in there necessarily specifically, that was definitely part of the conversation and is embedded in a lot of the strategies.
Yeah, I understand, and I totally agree with that. I would just love to see it, if you're going to do the work, I I want to see you get credit for it. And this is part of how we see you get credit for it, right? It's one of those things, like, I guess that's, so I don't know. So I would really love to, I guess, I don't know, I don't want to say like update it now, but I would just maybe just have when you do the update next year, just have like a piece about this is what we did and kind of this was the outcome from it, and here's who was responsible, or something along that line, just so that we've got that continuum, because that's what part of what the school improvement plans do for us as a committee, in my mind, is it helps us with that, seeing that continuum of work that's going on and where the effects are and that type of thing. My other question for you, I guess, and this is also a comment toward future school improvement plans, the mental health program that's part of Freshman Advisory, I was just wondering if you have any data coming out of that to show whether there was an effect felt by the students?
I don't think we surveyed students at the end of it to determine an effect, but that's something certainly we could look at doing this year.
Patrick,
I'm trying to think what that would.
We do have some.
Okay.
From the mental health collaborative.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I will share it with you. It's not remarkable. Like, there's nothing of that. I think we.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just always curious when you start taking time like that, that's not necessarily taken from something else, but anytime you take any time in the school day, it's sort of taken from something else, whether that time is really productive. So I was curious what the outcome was on that. And I guess along that same line, I'd just also love to see the more measurable items. I know it was a weird, if I remember correctly, for this cycle, it was weird because you came on and then the NEASC accreditation, and then I think we even delayed your school improvement plan from the first year, if I remember correctly. So just in the future, I'd love to see the goals be more measurable so that there's, to go to Catherine's point, even if you don't hit the bar, you want to be making progress toward the bar, but if you don't know where the bar is, it would just be nice to see that in future school improvement plans as you're getting into next year, because we don't really get a chance to make a comment like as you're right as you're going into that cycle. And I feel like it's almost unfair to say at the table here, like, this is what I would have loved to see you work on 3 months ago as part of the preparation. So I'm just kind of prepping for next year to just say I'd love to see some more measurable items in here. Thank you.
So my questions go back to 1G, right? Increased participation in upper level courses, honors and AP for students with disabilities and students of low income status, right? And I look back and we look at the demographics a lot as a group, especially, and have looked at it in relation to the vocal data, and it speaks volumes. So I think it's a really novel and noble thing to be doing. So when we say that, so for example, our school, 30% low income, almost 20% students with disabilities, and almost 40% with high needs students. So to get this, just understanding the approach here is it's going to be multi-year. So this year is really about understanding what are the barriers, or because I'm trying to think, how do you just suddenly put somebody into an honors class? Or
You
how
don't.
do you, no, right?
So some of it is looking specifically at our CP1 level courses, especially for our freshmen and sophomores, and trying to increase student growth in those courses so that a year or 2 years down the line, they're more ready for upper level academic courses. One of the things that we've put in place this year in our math department, in our Algebra 1 courses, we have 2 sections of Algebra 1 that are being co-taught by 2 math teachers, really trying to boost our student performance and achievement there. We've also pulled out our integrated 1 course, trying to make sure that all students have a path to being able to access grade level math, and also make sure that they have a path towards kind of higher level courses. Thinking too about, we spoke before about the AP Psychology course, but that's an area where you have, it as a area of interest for a lot of students where they're willing to challenge themselves in that domain, where they might not be for AP European history, which is always seen as one of the kind of much more challenging and difficult AP courses based on the type of content. And you probably have fewer students that are really interested in like starting with medieval European history and bring that up to the present. As someone that was a history teacher, that was always that one to me was always a slog. But I think the approach is really looking at our freshmen and sophomores and making sure that they're having greater academic growth. When we scheduled the building this year, we intentionally scheduled our freshman and sophomore classes to have smaller class sizes. So our average class size for our freshmen and sophomores is really probably around like 14, with the hope that we're going to be able to see greater growth from those groups, because we want to make sure that we're kind of front-loading those supports so that 2 years down the line, we've got more students that are ready for upper-level academic work. I hope that gives like a starting point of where we're at.
No, exactly. I think that's what I was trying to understand, and I think that's going to be really great to see the results down the road. So I think it's great. I did have one other thing. Is that all right? And it's more for Anna. So we're talking about, we've heard a lot of MCAS data, right? And okay, it's one data point. And especially for 10th grade, right? It's one data point. It's, especially when you look at math, it's one subject. And we're only comparing it maybe to 1 year. We don't have the ability necessarily to go back and look there, I guess, cohorts. We follow the cohort along the line. Can we trend back the data a little bit? Because if you look at, I think we've all a little bit last year, especially when it was a hot topic, looked down and sort of saw what 2019 was for 10th grade, what 2021 was, what 2022 is, and what 23 now is. And if you look back, we're almost where we were in 2019. So the trajectory is going up. And I don't want to belittle the fact that it's just a small increase from 1 year over a year. You had 2 years, 3 years of making a comeback, putting these kids back on track. And I think that, I don't know if we can, how difficult it will be to do. I mean, it's just more data pulling, right? But I don't know if everyone thinks that would be a good way of kind of looking at the trend as well.
So pulling like cohort data, looking at 10th grade, and then where were they in 8th, 7th?
Cohort as well, but also looking at where we were for 10th grade, because that we stop at 10th grade, right? Mm. So if I think back of the 10th grade from last year, the 2022s, right, results that we had, we think about where they were in 7th grade and math, right? Their introduction to algebra, they're going into, algebra in 8th grade, and then suddenly they're trying to do everything online, and then it was reflective in 2022. And so I'd love, now we can start seeing, though, that our grades, these results are starting to go back up, these percentages. I think what I'm saying with the cohort is still really important to do for the younger grades, right, because we can follow them through when we can see that change. But I just think it would be helpful to look at a trend as well, to see that, where we keep saying, oh, these are just small percentages, or, this is great growth, and you're not comparing apples to apples, but we have to consider what went on for 2 or 3 years and then see where we are back, for 19. Is that the real benchmark that we should be using, versus a previous year or 2 years from living in a pandemic?
No, and I hear you, because looking at, if we look at our current sophomores, they're not necessarily the same as our current juniors, and the dynamics of each grade differ. We've been having conversations about, and I know I came with Ms. Ober at the end of last year, and we were presenting out about class rank, and GPAs, and every year we have a different benchmark for who's in the top 10% and who's out of the top 10%, and and so some classes and grades are more academic, and so like they have different personalities, and some groups really push themselves and push each other, and some don't. And so you're not necessarily measuring a product, you're measuring people. And those groups have different trends, and those groups have different successes and failures as they go along through our educational system as well. So I think that's important. The one thing that I will say, while we say it's one data point, the 10th grade MCAS is a really important data point because it also determines whether or not you're able to graduate. We need our students to be passing that. And so there's also a piece of me that says that's a culmination of all their schooling up to that point. And while, I'll be the first one to say that I don't want Pearson encroaching any more in the educational system, it also is a determining factor as to whether or not our students are able to graduate at the end. And so it is a really important measure as to whether or not we're doing what we need to get our students to a point where they're going to be able to graduate.
Does anybody else have any questions? I just want to comment on the same thing that Narissa had about the attendance. This is a 3-year plan, and I know going into next year we'll have a different one. But if we're going to put data on here that where you said that probably the attendance caused academic declines as well as an MCAS, we need to make sure that we're putting enough information in this SIP for people at home to understand. So if we're going to put this in there, anything that's in here should have an action plan on it so that our community knows that we're working on something to improve it. I know she talked about it's embedded in the plan, but people may not be able to see that where it's embedded in the plan. So that's only my comment to you. Does anybody else have anything else? I want to thank all of the principals for being here. I want to thank you for all you do for our students in the schools. I know it's a lot of work, and we appreciate all the work that you and your staffs do.
Yes, I would like to echo that, and also 4 hours of doing this. So there is obviously countless hours of work that pour into these plans and the work behind it. So thank you all for being here tonight. And also Erica, thank you for being here as the co-chair. Erica has a superpower she didn't mention. She alluded to traveling to Malden, but she works in the Office of Effective Practice in turnaround at the Department of Ed. So she speaks the lingo in a way that not many parents do on school council. So thank you for your involvement. You were all class dismissed. Have a good night. Tomorrow morning's going to come early.
Okay, move. Paul Lees?
Yes.
Susanna?
Yes.
Paul Mayette?
Yes.
Paul Goldner?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes, every time, yes.
Yes. I have to call you Narissa. Erin? Yes. I'm a yes as well. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda contains multiple donations tonight. Thank you to the Webster family, the Benedict Androsi family, the Achu Short family, I apologize, the Gooch family, and the Cardwell family for their donations of library books for Newbury Elementary in memory of Margaret Stokes, a longtime Newbury Elementary educator who passed away in July. Thank you also to the Christian Outreach Committee of the Central Congregational Church of Newburyport for their donation of $1,500 towards 6th grade camp fees for Salisbury Elementary school students. The final approvals for 6th grade camp for all 3 elementary schools are also included in the consent agenda. We do have an unusual approval as part of the consent agenda tonight as well for a fundraiser for the superintendent to explain.
Yes, where punctuation matters in that sentence. It is not a fundraiser for the superintendent. Okay? So this is also not a fundraiser for Triton. So this is actually, it's coded here as a fundraiser because it is, but it's actually a fundraiser for Disabled American Veterans as an association. This is a community service club effort. Normally, this type of stuff would not come to you. However, because it's a display of flags, it's U.S. flags, this is not controversial, but because there's a display being set up on school property, I felt it appropriate to bring it to you just so that you had an opportunity to say, yes, you approve of this. So in essence, Community Service Club organizes and promotes it. Families, students, anyone purchases a flag, every $10 that's donated is one flag. Disabled Americans Veterans, or DAV, sends the flags to us. Community Service Club, the week before Veterans Day, sets up the field of flags. Be awesome if we had enough to line both sides of the driveway. If not, we want it to look like a sizable amount, so we would keep it to one area, but it would be to the left or the right of the entrance drive to this campus. So it's just part of the consent agenda, but wanted to provide an explanation, and if there are any questions, happy to answer them.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Paul Lees?
Yes.
Susanna?
Yes.
Paul Mayette?
Yes.
Paul Golder?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Narissa?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
I'm a yes as well. The next item is new business. I wanted to note that due to the expected length of tonight's meeting, I felt it was best not to add Paul Lee's request for an item on solar power credits on this agenda. That will be carried over into next month's agenda. Would any member like to raise additional items for inclusion on a future agenda?
Can I just say that will be a topic of discussion with the Finance Subcommittee next week,
Yes.
which would then come to this full committee in October.
I just didn't want Paul to think I forgot about it. Okay, the next item is school committee goals. On September 9th, we held a workshop and talked through our goals for the coming year. I have attached a draft copy of the goals, which I believe reflect the outcome of that workshop. I did not put any dates in the goals because I believe the timeline will be heavily dependent on finding an outside partner to work with on this effort and learning about their process. I would request, if you find the rest acceptable, that we approve this document as is, and when we have timelines, we can bring this agenda item up again to amend the document with those dates. I also want to say that we have a meeting, a tentative meeting that is usually set up, and for this month, it's September 27th, right? The tentative school committee meeting?
Yes.
So what I would like to do is for those that are on the working group, if we could set that date as to start the working group so that we can go over some of the outside consultants that might be available. So.
And to confirm, that's not a minuted meeting, that's a working group.
And we can have it as a Zoom call that Brian will probably set up. Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve school committee goals for the 2023-2024 school year as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Paul Lees?
Yes.
Susanna?
Yes.
Paul Mayette?
Yes.
Paul Goldner?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Narissa?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. In the interest of time, I would like to table the summer program update to the next meeting, if that's okay. You're not offended, are you? We can do it. I just figured with the amount of time. Is everybody else okay with that? Superintendent's report.
It's not even funny anymore. All right, so quick updates. I'm not going to spend a lot of time hiring. We're a lot better off than we were last month. Hooray. School transportation update. Knock on wood, it has not been seamless. Some of you may have heard stories, second week of school, had a bus in from Methuen, and there was no communication with that bus. Awesome that a bus showed up. So NRT has done everything they can to make sure that we don't have any uncovered routes. Because again, over the last 10 years, we've gone from 30 routes to 19, or over the last 15 years, I should say. So we don't have the ability to combine anymore. So it's not ideal, right? The 4 routes that we condensed last year, we cut 2 of those out in the budget. We still want to put back a Rowley and a Salisbury route. That's still the goal. That would have to be at a logical major transition over the holidays if we could figure it out, because we would have to do some rerouting. But as we keep saying, the priority has been making sure there are no routes that need to be merged. There was one at Newbury last week where they had to go out and then double back. Again, there's no collapsing available, so they went out and ran the route. One bus went out and the earliest route went back out and picked that route up. And so students were to school, I believe it was about 8:40 that morning. So again, not ideal, still working on it, but it's a work in progress. 4th grade, I had shared with you at the workshop the intention to do this. The donor, I can say, his name is John Weston. There's actually going to be a story in the newspaper. Been chatting with him and a reporter on this idea. So that is happening. This letter went out. I'll be able to report back to you on, hopefully, increased participation next month. But that is yet to be seen. High school bathroom update. I think Andrew mentioned it early on. It is better. There are things that we did over the summer, fixing stalls, fixing fixtures, adding partitions between urinals in the boys' room. So there's definitely some work done. We didn't do everything, i.e. we didn't put partitions through all the urinals because we're limiting the number of students in the restrooms, and it's really expensive. We found out. So we invested quite a bit. If Kyle were here, he'd be able to tell you the exact amount, but it was not an insignificant number of dollars that was invested in the restrooms. Measuring that now to see, with the practices in place, duties, coverage, restricting the flow of students in and out, if we can address both the destruction as well as just the behaviors. But so far, it has proven to be a marked improvement, and the students are commenting on it, how much of a change it is. Middle school and high school is going to combine their concerts. This was something that actually came from the music teachers. They felt like it would be a better concert experience. Generally, high school is the night after the middle school, so if a parent has students in both the middle school and high school, they do back-to-back concerts. Todd Roberts at the middle school and Craig Kemp, who was the new high school music teacher, replaced Sue Densmore when she retired last year. They are working together, which we certainly are not going to discourage the middle school and the high school working together. And so I anticipate a great concert this year, so everyone's excited about that. Advocacy letter, you received a copy, but just for anyone that reads this report, a letter that was drafted that came out of our policy and advocacy subcommittee. It's signed by myself and Paul Goldner as the chair of the P&A subcommittee. It's actually a lot of the language came from Julie Credit to give credit from Mass Association of Regional Schools on these 2 very important bills that would be bills that would generate new dollars for Triton. That's an important piece. There's been lots of bills in recent years where we knew full well, right, Student Opportunity Act, there's lots of things that have happened, and we knew we weren't going to get any new money. These 2 bills will generate new money, so hopefully those come out of the Education Committee and move forward in the process. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Make a motion to receive and file the monthly report of the superintendent of schools.
Second.
Any discussion? I'll have a roll call vote. Paul East?
Yes.
Susanna?
Yes.
Paul Mayette?
Yes.
Paul Goldner?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Narissa?
Yes?
Erin? Yes. I'm a yes as well. Subcommittee reports, policy and advocacy. Paul Goldner?
We met last week. We agreed to send out the letter of advocacy that Brian just talked about. We also, it says here to hold a formative discussion. I think we'll not hold a formative discussion and then just tell you what we're doing and then ask you to send feedback to us if you have any. We're thinking about using the new Parent Square communication system to try to gather members of the community who, email addresses of members of the community who are not attached. Thank you. Who are not attached to Triton in any direct way. We have 20,000 residents of the community. All of those households are taxpayers and funding our schools, but not all of them are attached to the schools. So the idea is to send out a monthly newsletter or something of the sort that would contain, for example, but this is where the formative discussion piece would be, student of the month information, places where activities are happening in the schools that are open to the public, such as the art shows, the concerts, any highlights of student activities or what is happening in the schools, just to give an update to the community, because we don't really do that. So that's what we're thinking about. If you have ideas about whether that's a good idea or a bad idea, or what should be included, we'd love to hear about it. This is looking like late or into the next calendar year before it would happen.
Thank you, Paul. Finance? Paul Mayette?
We have not met since our last meeting. We meet next Thursday, and we'll have more to say this month.
Personnel negotiations has...
We don't have any meetings scheduled at the moment. Our work this year is around the cafeteria worker contract, so we will establish those initial discussions, and then they'll go on the meetings. We'll set up those meetings for that.
Okay, and the next item is adjournment. Before we adjourn, I just want to say thank you to everybody. I mean, hearing the principals talk about all the work and everybody that it takes to get their jobs done. I want to thank Anna and my left or my right. I don't know my left from my right now. So thank you all, and can I have a motion to adjourn?
Make motion adjourn.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor? You can't. Paul?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Paul East?
Yes.
Susanna?
Yes.
Paul Mayette?
Yes.
Paul Goldner?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Erin?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Narissa?
Yes.
I'm a yes as well. Thank you and have a good night.